Good morning, everyone. Let's see here, turn my camera on. It is now 9 a.m. We do have, I just admitted Commissioner Burns in, so we will have 4 commissioners on the line. I have Chair Howerton, Commissioner Alam, Commissioner Burns, and Commissioner Carter. We also have Interim Manager Hager on the line, and I am also admitting in Vice Chair Jacobs. So we will have all commissioners on. It is 9 a.m. And we are live on YouTube. And Keith or Claudia, I'll roll it over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Good morning. I want to welcome everyone to the budget planning retreat for fiscal year 22-23. How time has flown. Yes, we are in for an exciting day to hear updates on our operations. We have our budget team who I want to shout out and say thank you for all their efforts in coordinating us. This is a day-long production in collaboration with our departments. We have many topics that will be of interest, some that are highlights and updates from policy conversations and previous retreats, as well as some additional information that you will find interesting as we try to be more strategic in some of our policy areas. Our facilitator for today, and I will pass it over to him shortly, is Peter Anlin. He's worked with us before, and we are so delighted to have him join us, and he will facilitate afternoon conversations with the board about prioritization, as well as help guide us throughout the morning and keep us on time, because as you know, we can sometimes go a little longer than we need to. So he will help play that role along with all of you. I'm sure you will help each other in that space. We'll start off with some financial highlights, and we will then get some updates about our tax valuation projections. We will then have a budget outlook update and get some financial trends on the current year, as well as what we're seeing for fiscal year 22-23. We will then go into our policy conversations, one on our fund balance policy, the low-income homeowners program for residents at certain levels of income. We will also, as time permits, share some highlights on economic and demographic trends. It's always interesting to see how things have changed from year to year. We'll have a conversation about a stormwater fund and fees associated with protecting Jordan Lake and our streams. And then a conversation with Gudrun and leadership from the School of Social Work on the sequential intercept map. And at that point, we'll have board discussions and prioritization. We can go to the next slide, and I'll pass it over to Peter.
Thank you, Claudia. Good morning, everybody. And thanks for asking me to work with you on this process today and the role of facilitator. When I work with nonprofit leadership, staff, and boards, I use as a framework a book called Governance as Leadership. And the authors point out 3 forms of governance. For nonprofit boards, fiduciary, of course, that's why we're here today. Strategic, also why we're here today. We're influenced by the strategic plan. And one that they call generative. And that's that wondrous place wherein the board and the staff work together to creatively take the organization to the next level. And all 3 are equally important and support each other. So in my mind, that's what we're doing here today. This afternoon, we'll have an hour and 45-minute window for discussion. And in that window, we suggest that each commissioner take 5 to 7 minutes to talk about her priorities. And the rest of the time we'll spend in robust dialogue as needed to further cement support for the issues. We're going to ask that you highlight 3 of your priorities that you would like to see emphasized in the upcoming budget. So we'll get started with the policy discussions and the presentations, beginning with Susan.
Excuse me for 1 second before Susan gets started. Mr. Peter, I believe your earbud microphone is rubbing against your jacket. It's creating a crackling noise.
Thank you.
If we can mute you while the others are presenting, if that will be okay.
I can mute.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. And Claudia, you're muted.
I'm sorry, hold on 1 second. Keith, can we go to Dwayne's presentation and we'll come back to Susan? Thank you.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Hope everyone's doing well. So this is the annual tax-based projection discussion for the annual retreat. And this slide, it's used when I first came here. It's becoming a little dated now. So we may transition it out for next year, but it just shows the impact of property taxes across the nation. Next slide. So I always present this just to show how challenging it is to estimate the tax base. You know, this point in the year, we have very limited information. And that's why at year end, you're never going to see that we hit 100% of the target because of limited information we have at this point. These are the classes of property, just to show you what we're dealing with. So the real property, that is the most stabilized valuation at this point. It's assessed as of January 1st of each year. But remember, the market value reaches back to the last reappraisal, which was January 1st of 2019. Now, the appeal season hasn't really opened yet. And as the board knows, all throughout the year, we get releases and refunds, and we find properties that should be exempt that were not coded as such before billing. So there are situations that come up, and some of them can come up to quite a bit of value. So that's why we retain a safety net so that we don't make ourselves vulnerable to these refunds, releases, exemptions, those sorts of things that come up throughout the year. Personal property, most businesses request an extension through April 15th to file, which lines up with the income tax. You know, the accountants and their finance departments, they want to synchronize the property tax filing with the income tax filing. Most counties will grant extensions through April 15th for businesses to list. So at this point, even though real property is the predominant class of valuation, that's where most of our value is. You know, the personal property, especially businesses, we don't have any information at this point in the year. It's basically trending in addition to who has listed and trying to figure out values for that class. Public service companies, we get those values from the Department of Revenue each year around September. So we have no idea what that is at this point. And then motor vehicles, we're estimating values for vehicles that won't be renewed until next spring. You know, so what I'm presenting here is the challenges with estimating the tax base. And this is why you're always going to see, you know, 1, 2, maybe a little more, maybe a little less variance a year in, because of the challenges that we have at this point before the budget is adopted in estimating the tax base. Next slide, please. So what we're looking at this year, and just a reminder, this document is living. It's going to change throughout the budget cycle. But based on the information we have at this point, we're looking at overall about a 3.89% increase in the total tax base. So real property, which is our main driver, almost 3%. Personal property, mainly business personal property, a little over 5%. We're projecting public service companies to go up quite a bit, about 8.5%. And then, as you all have seen on the news, motor vehicle values have just gone crazy. You know, real estate values have as well. We're not really capturing that in a non-reval year, but motor vehicles are revalued annually, right? And those values, because of supply and demand, it's just amazing to see used car prices increase. That's been amazing throughout this pandemic. So we're estimating about a little over 15% in motor vehicle value growth. Now, what typically happens, and you can stay on this slide. So what typically happens is I've provided this estimate to our budgeting department at this time, as I have the city. And the first of each month, as we get more information, as appeals come in or don't come in, as businesses list a little more, the first of each month, I try to provide county budgeting and city budgeting just a quick update. You know, if there have been substantial changes, if nothing has changed. That's why once we get to the budget adoption, it may not be 3.89%, should be somewhere around that, but it may be adjusted a little bit based on our ever-growing better information that we're going to get. Next slide. So the holdbacks, the real property, and this is specific to real property. I mentioned in the first slide that we have a safety net for exemptions, for releases, for refunds. This year for real property, right now we have a holdback of about 1.25%. Now that throughout the revaluation cycle, that holdback percentage changes a little bit. And I'll use 2019 as an example. The county did a countywide reappraisal effective 2019. Now at that point in time, the real property tax base, because everyone's value in the county has changed, the real property tax base is at its most vulnerable state. You don't know who was going to appeal. You don't know if these big corporations, if they have been misvalued. You never think they have, but there might have been something that was missed. So during a reval year, the real property tax base is incredibly vulnerable. So what you'll see is that the holdback in the reval year is substantially more than it will be in the subsequent years. Right? So we're about 2% in 2019. And I think as you move further away from the reappraisal, the real property tax base becomes a little more stable. The appeals have been finalized, and you can back off, you can reduce that holdback percentage some. Now for this year, like I said, we're at about 1.25. And I think considering Manager Hager, do you want to say something?
No, I was going to say this particular issue is one that typically managers, the budget director and tax director will have real passionate conversations about, because it does determine how much revenue comes into play. So this number gets vetted quite frequently and with much rigor. That's a code word for saying we were back and forth a lot on this.
Yeah, and something I've always valued is being fully transparent with budgeting, showing budgeting exactly what we have in the full tax base, showing budgeting exactly what's being held back, and taking their suggestions in the direction they think we should move forward, trying to come to that agreement. So this year we're at 1.25%, which we think is a good figure considering where we are in the revaluation cycle. Everything has been stabilized. We don't have many appeals. We really don't have any appeals from the 2019 reappraisal. So things are much more stable than they were at the reappraisal. Holding back too much, and just a couple bullets here. Holding back too much, well, that reduces the budget, as Manager Hager just mentioned, that reduces the budgeted revenue that the commissioners can spend on funding priorities. Now, holding back too little makes the county incredibly vulnerable. Right? It increases the risk, might not meet budgeted revenue, might not have excess revenue to fuel fund balance at the end. So there is, it's certainly a balance that you try to meet every single year. Next slide, please. And this is how it kind of plays out for real property. If I had to put some numbers to it, the 1.25% holdback. So we're about 40.5 billion for a real property estimate as of January 1st, 2022. And again, that'll be updated the first of each month and as long as I can, probably until May 1st, June 1st. So I have, as far as holdbacks, about 100 million in appeals. You know, we may have some appeals, and 100 million it sounds like a lot. And you know, moving down to the 250 million for additional exemptions, that sounds like a lot too. It is a lot of money, but just keep in mind, we've had some situations like a brownfield property, which is an environmental exemption. We've had a brownfield properties that was $70–80 million. And we realized January 1st, that exemption wasn't on the property. And we had to reduce the tax base like that by $70–80 million. So that's the reason that we have these additional exemptions. And when you have 125,000 parcels, you're not going to catch everything. You have to have those holdbacks, have to have that safety net, just so that we're not vulnerable and so that we can meet the budgeted revenue expectations. Next slide, please. Now, this is the residential exemption. This is not the total value of all exempt property in the county. This is not Duke. This is not government property. These are just your residential exemptions, like your homestead, your historic properties, your disabled veterans, things like that. And you can see the trend. This goes back to 2014, and I've continued to update it every year. And the general trend is upward. You know, each year we have this education program. We have the property tax assistance evaluator that's online now. Try to spread the word, try to educate the public on the available exemptions. And as a result, which is good to see, the exemptions are increasing. People are taking advantage of those exemptions year after year. We're at about, as of year end, about $719 million in those partial exempt properties. Now, if you translate that into dollars, and I should mention that these are the state mandated, state approved exemptions. So, you know, there's, it's just opportunities that the state gives each county in North Carolina. And the 718.7 million, translate that into tax dollars, it's about 5.2 million in county dollars of property tax revenue that is subject to these partial exemptions. Next slide, please. The real property value change. I've broken this down into two classes. You know, I've been referring to real property holistically to this point, but if you look at it, it's really two classes of property. Some people break it out into three. Some people throw in industrial in there as well. Now, apartments are commercial, even though people live in apartments. Most apartments are one parcel, you know, hundreds of units on one parcel, and that's considered commercial. So the residential property, you can see the general upward trend, and you can see that most of the value comes from the residential property tax base. And you also might note, it isn't as dramatic for the 2016 reappraisal that the county did, but for the 2019 reappraisal, you can see that the residential and commercial, there's a spike there, because during the point of a reappraisal is to re-equalize the tax base, which I'll cover in just a minute again. And you capture market value. And in 2019, you went up about $4 billion in growth from the residential tax base. And for commercial, it's a smaller overall number, but it's about another $2.5 billion in commercial property for the 2019 reappraisal. Next slide, please. And if you're looking at percentages, basically the same chart, just broke it down. Instead of valuations, this is year over year percentages. And again, just focusing on the two most recent reappraisals. 2016, it increased about 5.16%. 2019, a little bit over 21% for residential property across the board. And you can see there are a couple years here, 2014, and then in 2021, there was no countywide reappraisal, but the natural growth, the new buildings, the remodeling, the new houses, that fueled a lot of natural growth. And that's really helped the county move forward with some priorities. Next slide, please. And again, commercial property change, same graph, just percentages. 2016, commercial properties went up about 15%. And then in the 2019 reappraisal, a little bit over 20%, the difference in valuation for commercial properties, existing commercial properties. Next slide. Okay, that's all I have. I'll be happy to take any questions from the board.
Commissioner Carter.
Thank you. And thanks, Dwayne, for that interesting and very educational presentation for us. It's great to get that review every year. When you were talking about holdbacks, is that process or terminology or whatever the same thing that we're talking about when we overestimate expenditures and underestimate revenue every year when we're putting together our budget? Is it the same? Is that what that is all about? Is it the same thing, or are those two sort of different sorts of holdbacks?
Yeah, I think they're two different. You know, the property tax estimate and honestly the property tax process, it is separate from budgeting because the property tax is driven by market value rather than budgeting needs. Now, granted, property tax is the predominant fuel of the budget, especially for counties, but the two process, while related, they are different. The holdbacks that I have are based on potential appeals that we have seen historically, potential exemptions that we have seen historically that may surface. Now, the result is if those exemptions, if those releases and refunds, if they don't come to fruition, at least to the extent that we think they could going into the budget, then that produces a surplus at year end. And then as well as the expenditures, you know, if the departments don't expend their budgeted appropriations at the level they perceived going into the year, that also fuels some surplus at year end as well.
And so the money, the amount of value that you're holding back, if you end up not needing that, right, to cover your gaps because of the exemptions, then that money goes just into which fund balance?
Yeah, and that we have actually Manager Hager has a discussion on that later in today as well, the fund balance policy.
That's a great question, Commissioner Carter. It will go into the fund balance in which it is budgeted. And so we budget in two different pots: our operating budget, which is our day-to-day budget, and then which is Fund 101, is a sub-fund of the general fund. And then we also budget dollars in our capital finance plan, which is Fund 125, that's a sub-fund. And Keith can clarify that, but it's about close to 8 cents that we budget, Keith, in the capital finance fund, and the remaining amount is for the general fund. So when those dollars are not used, they grow those reserves. And so for instance, for the capital finance fund, whether it's an over collection or an under expended amount, those reserves stay in those respective places. I'll stop right there because I could go on, but I think that should answer your question. But as Dwayne said, we will talk about this a little bit further and what the philosophy is going forward. Budgeting is part science, part art, and the complexities of valuation estimates, especially with the various exemptions that are state authorized, coupled with general appeals, as he talked about, we're at a better place from that perspective. The last 2 years have also been tricky, which will go into Keith's part as far as estimation of collections, which I think is getting to your point. With this pandemic, we did not know what would happen. If you recall, and I have those articles back in 2020, we just were not sure in April, May of this time, if folks would keep their jobs. At that time, unemployment had shot up, and then it corrected a little bit later. It stabilized this year. But there were so many variables with sort of projecting that made those 2 years somewhat of an anomaly. And so the complexities of it are integrated in a lot of different areas. Keith will go over some of that as well when he talks about that piece, and also in fund balance, but that's a great question. And I'm sure Keith will correct me if I'm misstated.
No, Claudia, you said it. You said it clear. Commissioner Carter, quite simply, to answer your question, excess revenue collection, property tax stays in the general fund. There are two different parts of the general fund that Claudia said, but that answers your question. And to Dwayne's point, go ahead. Yes, ma'am.
So it would then become part of unassigned fund balance, the general fund's unassigned fund balance.
In theory, it also, unassigned fund balance also grows by unspent expenditures as well. But yes, that would be part of the equation. Over collection of property tax revenue would in theory go to unassigned fund balance.
And Keith, is the holdbacks that Dwayne's describing, is that part of the under collection of revenue that you all?
It's part of the over collection of revenue potentially. Again, Dwayne is doing the same thing the budget office is doing, is we're looking into the future and we just don't know. We don't know what's going to be a holdback, what's going to be appealed. And so Dwayne looks at his history and says, I'm going to hold back this amount based off of history to be a little bit conservative, just the same way that we tend to be a little conservative in our sales projections. Remember, we're looking now 18 months into the future, 12 and 18 months into the future. But you are correct. If for whatever reason we have less holdback than is built into the number that Dwayne's talking about, that would potentially mean an over collection of revenue that then falls to unassigned fund balance. Your trail is correct.
And this is Susan. I want to make sure we're clear. The capital financing portion of the taxes does not go to unassigned. That portion of over collections based on our policies that's been approved by the board goes to the committed for debt service, which funds debt service or capital financing projects.
Thanks for that.
Claudia, would you like to back up and go to the fund balance review by Susan?
Yes, please, if you can. And Commissioner Burns had a question.
I just want to throw out really quick, because I was looking at tax administrator Princeton, interim finance GM. I want to get his title right this morning. Good morning. He said that it was a lot of money, but you were showing us evaluation. So like the evaluation for the county for it's like 40 billion, right? So that 100 is not real dollars. I just want to clear, because I think there are people looking at this thinking we're holding back $100 million. That is, I'm not talking about you, Commissioner Carter. Don't nod your head at me.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is I want you to let people know that holdback is real dollars, and what we collect would be pennies on the dollar. Yeah, so just say it so that, because I think some people might be confused by, like, I'm looking at it and I think some people might look and say, oh my gosh, you're holding back 100 million. I don't want anybody to like leave, because there are a lot of people watching this today. The city did a good job of saying, hey, watch this, and they put it on Facebook. And a lot of people are looking at this and people are thinking that we're holding back 100 million. So I just wanted to let people know that is an evaluation, and what we would potentially hold back is the pennies on the dollar of the evaluation after appeals. That is what I'm saying.
Commissioner Burns.
Yes.
Your volume is messing up.
Oh, well, thank you. Well, I'll let Dwayne talk and let him do it.
Yeah. Thank you.
And that's absolutely right, Commissioner Burns. And it reminds me when I was 18, I'll digress for just a second. When I was 18, I got my real estate license. And I remember that time being $1 million producer of selling real estate was something, right? And people assumed if you were $1 million producer as a real estate agent that you made $1 million. And that's not what it meant. It just meant that you sold $1 million worth of real estate. And this is kind of the same thing. You know, when I say the tax base, that's the tax base valuation. From that, we would apply the established tax rate, 72.22 for this year, along with the collection rate, you know, to get the actual revenue that we're talking about. So that's absolutely right. It's a percentage of 100 million as far as tax dollars that would be coming in. The numbers I presented were, in fact, the valuation, the tax base.
Commissioner Jacobs has a hand up.
Thank you. Dwayne, thank you so much for getting into the complexity of all this. I really appreciate it. I was just going to ask that when we do get more information, like as part of our budget book, if we could get like 5-year trends on everything, like things like the holdback percentage over the past 5 years, that kind of thing. I did appreciate seeing the trends with the partial exemptions, but any that would be great to get that. And then I just do want to note, and you know, I know we're going to talk about this at our March 7th work session. You're going to give us a reval update.
Mm-hmm.
But I do want to note and that I do think it's important that we recognize that the county had made a commitment that we would get into regular reval cycles. You know, and the goal was, I think, every 3 years, because when we don't do that, as we're seeing, because this year we would have been due really based on our cycles for a reval, is what happens is we do miss out on revenue. And, you know, that does impact then how much money we have to spend for county services. And it also then impacts the tax rate. And so I am concerned about, and also the longer we wait, as we can see from some of the trends you showed us before, when we had waited 6 years, I guess in 2019, people got, you know, the longer you wait, the bigger the shock is. And we were really trying to get into a cycle, shorter gaps between revals so that we're not shocking residents. So I just, you know, I just want to note that. And also, I would love to get information. I know you were focusing on the residential and commercial in terms of how much, in terms of our property tax. But I would love to see a breakdown of residential and the business, you know, industrial, commercial, to understand which, you know, how is our tax revenue distributed among different sectors of our economy in Durham. So that's it. And I don't know if you've any response to any of that. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I can break down the valuations a little more so you can see how the percentages fall on different classes of real property. Well, not real property, but all property. And you're correct. At the March 7th meeting, the work session, I'll be giving an update, statistical update. You know, this presentation is more about growth as it pertains to budgeting. At the March 7th meeting, I'll be giving an update on the reappraisal, what we're seeing with the stats, interpreting those for the board, making a recommendation. And just briefly here, but the software conversion is going great. On behalf of tax administration, on behalf of finance, on behalf of IS&T, we thank you for allowing us to get a new system because it was restricting some of the things that we could do. And we have a modern system now. And we're scheduled to go live in just a few weeks with real property. So we're excited about that. We want to do a reappraisal as soon as we can, and we will. And I'll be briefing the board on that at the work session coming up.
Thank you, Dwayne. And one other request. I appreciate seeing the partial exemption, and I think that number is important for us to somehow communicate to residents, because that is a form of us helping to support, $5 million of support to homeowners. But the other number I think would be great for us to have, because I think the community also needs to know, is how much is being exempted by nonprofits or organizations that are claiming nonprofit status, like Duke University in particular, and for us to know what are we really talking about there, and for the community to also know that number as well. Thank you.
Absolutely.
We will now have Ms. Tezai to give us an update on the financial condition. It may have been a good thing that Dwayne kicked us off, because with her update, you'll hear more about our fund reserves and other components. So Susan, we'll pick off to you.
Thank you. And I apologize, I was on the wrong link. But anyway, so what I want to go through is a few slides that I present for our financial condition. The first one is always of interest to the board, because you want to know about how's our swap performing. As you know, ours has been we've been very fortunate that ours has been one that's been so productive for the county. So what this is from inception of the earnings that the swap has provided to the county for additional funding over the years. So you can see the earnings per fiscal year. The first, we received the interest payments biannually. So September, we received for this fiscal year, $655,000, a little over that, for to date earnings of over $33.8 million. I'm projecting this around the same amount to come in next month, March, of $650,000. The beginning fund balance for the swap was a little over $16.4 million. With the estimated earnings coming in, there is nothing budgeted this fiscal year to go out. So with the earnings coming in, looking at an estimated ending fund balance for this fiscal year of slightly over $17 million. If you recall, per our policy, when we first started the swap, it had a negative value. So with that being said, when it has a negative value, if we were to end the swap, then we would end up paying to terminate the swap. If it's a positive value and we terminate the swap, then funds come to us. So while it was in a negative, to protect the county, per our policy, you wanted up to 110% of the value, the negative value, should we decide to terminate. That amount came to about $3.4 million when it switched in positive value. So because the county is conservative and we don't want to take too much risk, but we also don't want to be too conservative, we left that $3.4 million as committed, just in case it ever went back into the negative. So of that $17 million, about 3.4 is still sitting as committed for debt service. Should we terminate, should it go into the negative? So the remaining amount is available and is in your unassigned fund balance. Just FYI, as of 6/30/21, the value of the swap was a little over $4.2 million. So that was down from about $5.7 million at June 30th, 2020. As of the end of January, this past month, the value was about $2.6 million. So we continue to monitor the value of the swap, as well as our swap advisors, which are PFM. Next slide. And this just tells you how we spent compared to our budget for our general fund. This is at ACRA level. And ACRA is the new acronym for Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. So just why. So you can see our revenues came in at 103.48% over budget. while our expenditures were at 90.59% of budget. And that's because, and I can't tell you the last time we were at 90% or 90.5% of our budget for general fund. And that's because, if you recall, we weren't sure, the county wasn't sure how we would perform during COVID. So for the first 6 months of FY21, everything was frozen. So that was the large factor as to why we came in at 90.59% in FY21.
And Susan, let me clarify that. There were some areas, public safety, social services, and public health, they didn't have position freezes. Coupled with gauging how to manage last fiscal year, and if you may recall, last fiscal year when we were planning, economists, fiscal projectors, and everyone else thought that the sky was going to fall. And in some places in the country, it was very difficult, and they're still recovering. We're fortunate that we didn't. Also, with this number on the expense side, our vacancy levels that have occurred because of the resignation efforts that are happening around the country. And so the freeze was a part, and then just hiring people. Right now, we're close to 20%, and we don't have anything frozen. So it's just a tough market right now to hire. Also on the expense side, there were supply chain issues. So even if we wanted to buy, things were slow in getting to the market, or if we wanted to bid on projects, the talent pool wasn't there or the contractors weren't there. So just wanted to give a little bit more context on that.
Yeah. And the point that
Susan, I have a quick question on the prior slide. With the volatility of the market right now, does that impact our swap?
well, yes. Plus, our swap, part of the formula is LIBOR is going away. So we're in the process of transitioning away from LIBOR as far as the terms, which is another reason why our advisors are watching it closely to make sure that any decision that we make is timely. And so we're just continuing to watch it. But at this point in time, even in speaking with our FA, it's premature to do anything. So we're just continuing to monitor.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm. And the point here is that I just want to make sure the board understands that 90.59 is not the norm. So that was we normally average in historical trends anywhere between 93 to 95% or a little over 95. So that's the range normal. Next slide. So this was something that I started a couple of years ago, just so you could see how we compare to our peers. So this is was interesting to me because you can see here from a percentage of your revenue budget. And Mecklenburg County was not available on their website, so I apologize for that. I can get that to you once it is available. But you can see that all of us were over 100% of our revenues projections. Forsyth 103.5, Guilford 104.75, Wake 104.58, Orange was 101.82. So how we trended was normal. So then also from a percentage of budget for the expenditure side, you can see that we spent 90.59%. Forsyth was 89.74% of their budget expenditures. 92.72% for Guilford, 96.49%, 95.56% for Wake and Orange. So there again, everybody seemed to be spending less than their projected budget for expenditures. And everyone had growth or fund balance for their general fund. We were at 32.9, Forsyth grew 23.4, 30.3 for Guilford, 80.7 million for Wake, and 8.1 million for Orange. And the last column is your ending fund balance for these entities, including Durham. 253.1 was Durham, 157.1 was Forsyth, 204.9 was Guilford, 481.9 was Wake, and 76.1 was Orange. So this is just something that you may find interesting for your information. And here is the last 5 years trends for our fund balance percentage per the current policy. So you can see 41.01% is where we ended in June 30, 2021. That's the highest we've ever been. And our goal for our current fund balance policy is 35% of actual prior year expenditures available for appropriation. And 19.97% is where we ended for our unassigned. For the current fund balance policy, that goal is 16%. This is the first time since we've had a fund balance policy that we've reached or exceeded the unassigned goal. Next slide. And then this is the final slide, and what we're this is a copy of the cover of our ACFR for FY21. The letter of transmittal is something that would be good for you to read if you want to see where we were as far as acronyms, our accomplishments, some stats related to Durham County specific, as far as sales tax trends. Also, the MD&A, that's excellent. If you want to get a full summary of the full year and how we performed, including explanations for any significant variances as far as revenue trends, as well as expenditure trends, the MD&A gives you all of that. And then this right here is a link that will take you directly to our website, our finances webpage for the FY 2021 ACFR. And I would recommend reading both the letter of transmittal and the MD&A. And that's all I have.
Is the ACRA the same thing as the CAFR?
Yes, they changed the acronym because it was discovered last year that CAFR has a negative meaning for I believe it's South Africa. So the GFOA immediately went into action, and so they've switched it up. So now it's no longer CAFR, it's ACFR.
Okay.
And for clarification, it is the N word in Swahili.
Thank you.
Yep.
And we're going to be in the process next of going through our webpage and changing that acronym for all prior years as well. Any other questions? But to let you know, Durham County is as fiscally strong as we've ever been. We've been very fortunate through both the cyber attack and the COVID to be where we are.
Commissioner Jacobs has a question.
Thank you. Susan, I wanted to thank you for your report. I wanted to congratulate you and your staff for the excellent ACFR. And I know that Commissioner Howerton and I had the ability to get the report on the audit committee, and that our full board is going to get that at our, I'm not sure, is it at the work session or is it, oh no, at our meeting on Monday night.
Okay.
But I just wanted to commend you and your staff for the great work. And I really appreciated that chart with the benchmarking. That was really helpful for me to see, you know, the fund balance and our, you know, revenues over expenditures, comparing that to the counties that we compare ourselves to. That really helped me a lot. So to see that, you know, because when you first look at it, you're like, oh my gosh,
Yes.
you know, our spending coefficient and then the fund balance that we've accumulated, but then to see it that we're really within the same realm as all these other counties is really helpful. So thank you so much. I do want to just also note, I know we're going to talk about fund balance, but I later on, but I do have a concern about making sure that we do use our fund balance before we increase property taxes on our residents. So
Yeah.
but I know we'll get into that later.
Yes, and whether or not, when we get into that, whether or not we stay with our current policy or whether we change gears and go in a different direction, which is what we'll discuss later, we would still manage to our policy, which means we're at 41.01%. So our goal was 35. So even if we stayed with the current policy, we would want to manage to that effect, which means we would want to utilize some of those funds for one-time purposes to manage back to it. So that's what Durham County does.
All right, well, we will now transition to Keith. If there aren't any other questions, I don't see any other hands, to give us a budget overview. Keith?
Well, thank you, Claudia. Good morning, commissioners. I hope that this will be an informative presentation. I'll go through it. We have some slides that are pretty dense, but they're consistent across some of our key revenues. So hopefully once you learn the first slide, you'll be prepared for the next ones that come in line after that. And basically, just to remind you, the budget's job largely is to look in the past to see where we've come from, to sort of trend, hopefully show some trends to where we're headed in the future. And the future for us, this, as we're talking now, is the 22-23 budget that starts July the 1st. So everyone needs to remember, not just commissioners, you already know this, but any citizens listening in, we're trying to look in a crystal ball now for a year that starts 6 months from now and ends 12 months later. So we're almost a year, looking a year and a half into the future. And that's not necessarily an easy thing to do, but hopefully we'll do a good job coming up for 22-23. Let me move through some of these slides. As always, we budget under a certain number of guiding principles. I won't go through these. There's 16 of them here. You've seen them before. They're part of the presentation, and we have a specific Word document or PDF of these guiding principles that are available to you for you to review. Key budget process highlights for the current year. We had pre-budget meetings with departments and general managers between January 3rd through the 5th. January the 12th, our budget system opened. February the 11th, we gave departments a month to develop their budget request for our system. And then we have received those budget requests in now. The budget office is digesting that information. We have the meeting today. And then starting March 1st through March 31st, we're going to have meetings with management, GMs and the county manager and departments to go over their budget request in helping develop the manager's recommended budget, which will then be presented to the board on May the 9th. After that budget is presented to the Board of County Commissioners, the board will deliberate that manager's recommended budget from May 17th through June 8th. And hopefully we will have an approved budget by the Board of County Commissioners on June 13th, 2022 for the fiscal year that starts July 1st, 2022. So what's sort of the history of our budget? We have survived the past. Oh, let me go back there. We have survived the past and we're investing in our future. So had a lot of Zoom meetings over the last 2 years. It feels like we've had one form of plague or another between cyber attacks and COVID and any number of things, but we have a lot of things to be proud of. We have some really cool things to look forward into the future, including a general obligation bond referendum. And we are just really a leader in life sciences. I won't linger on this slide, but it's got some informative information that came off of our economic development website. If you want to find that information in a little more detail, I'm trying to hold on just a second. Let me move some of this information around. There we go. Let's move to the next slide. So this is a slide that we show commissioners every year as a reminder, but it's really, really important. It's that the choices that the board makes today can potentially limit options that you have in the future. And what we mean by that is the expenditures, the things you choose to spend money on now, takes away those potential dollars for any new things or other options you may want to have in the future. That's not always a negative. That's just that's a reality that is part of any choice that commissioners make. And it's just something that we feel like you need to be reminded of fairly consistently. Also like to remind commissioners, there is a growing effect of dependency on economically sensitive revenue sources. What are economically sensitive revenue sources? Well, the biggest economically sensitive revenue source is sales tax. And then other ones like register of deeds fees, occupancy tax. All of those are dependent on how the local economy is doing. And we are depending more and more on those certain types of revenues to grow at a consistent pace. But if the economy ever turns worse, gets worse for us, those revenues will reflect that worsening economy, which is something I think we all need to be reminded. We have had a fantastic economy in Durham County for the last decade, and we all have short memories, but there will eventually be a recession, and we need to always keep that in mind and be prepared for that. We also like to remind the board that we have continual annual growth in fixed costs, inflationary costs related to health benefits, related to salary growth, and any number of inflation-driven expenditures that grow every year, regardless of decisions you make for new expenditure opportunities or growing expenditure opportunities. There's always going to be growth in the cost of doing business every year that are sort of outside of decisions that commissioners can make. So what do we ask board and management to do? What is the board's ultimate job is to strategically apply resources to meet current, ongoing, and new needs while also maintaining long-term operational resiliency. Part of that operational resiliency is the budgeting guidelines we talked about earlier. It's about a fund balance policy. It's any number of things that management and the board has put in place to help create resiliency in the face of unknowns like cyber attacks, unknown like COVID, but also unknowns like growth in fund balance and things of that nature. Areas of focus for the 22-23 budget we have always try to use our pre-budget meetings with general managers to frame departmental requests so our management can get an idea of where the stresses are hitting departments in the current fiscal year 21-22 and how that may play out potentially in 22-23 requests and needs for departments. We also ask departments to do a brief form of a SWOT analysis, which is strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And we hope to have that available for the manager sooner rather than later, just to help us understand, for management to better understand what departments are experiencing. We continue to use managing for results, or basically performance data, to support any and all expansion requests. We have asked departments to try to absorb inflationary increases within their existing budgets by moving dollars around, if at all possible. We've asked departments to evaluate all vacancies, which we have quite a number of at the current moment, before requesting new positions. Again, this is reallocating potential long-term vacancies to new positions if those are needed before asking for new FTEs. And we always review our fees annually. Some of the key development issues on the revenue side: economic growth. We have had significant growing sales tax. I will tell that story in just a few minutes about how that growth has been amazing over the last calendar year. Our local property market, you heard Dwayne talk, and I know you all talked about holdbacks, but we've had significant growth in overall valuation over the last couple of years, and that has helped support some of the growth in expenditures that commissioners requested by that having a larger base from which to support property tax collection. It's been impressive. So between those two, sales tax and property tax, we have had significant revenue growth. Occupancy tax is starting to come back. It was hit the hardest by COVID of any revenue source that the county had. We also, though, do have growing revenue variability. We're going to have higher inflation over the next year or so, which, well, may help sales tax in one way, but may also hurt sales tax in another way, because people won't be able to afford to buy as much because they're paying more for less stuff. But so we just have to be aware of all these possibilities. Other major issues coming up in 22-23 that will be a part of the budget or affect the budget: ARPA choices we're getting ready to make. I know you heard Claudia talk about that and have heard her talk about that consistently. We've got a refreshed CIP that's going to put some pressure on property tax rate increases related to a potential GO bond referendum and capital needs the county has. And then we also always are looking out multi-year fiscal outlook for the county to see not only how we plan to do in 22-23, but to see how we may have some issues and costs we may have to support out in future years. And I'll show you that in a few minutes. So what I want you to see here, this is kind of a different form of a pie chart that sort of implies a weighted level of our expenditures and where the dollars go. And you can see that 36.75% of our budget goes to support personnel costs, that's salary and benefits. So our total general fund budget for 21-22 is $504 million. But 36%, almost 37% of that budget goes to pay for personnel costs and benefits. Another 34.7% of that $504 million pays for education-related costs. That's DPS and DTCC in large part. So you add those two numbers up together and percentages, and 71.5% of our total budget goes for personnel costs and education off the top. Claudia, I see you. Is there anything you wanted to add?
No, I just wanted to also contextualize the personnel costs and benefits. We are a service provider that provides a lot of human services needs for our public health department, social services, our sheriff's department, and our EMS. So in our entity, we will have more personnel costs than some other entities, but this will mirror, if we were to show other jurisdictions, their similar patterns, just to provide that context.
Thank you, Claudia. I appreciate that. I also wanted to add that we by policy transfer some of our sales tax dollars to support capital debt payments, and that's the 8.4% you see. And if I add up the blue, the gray, and the capital finance support green, that's 80% of our $504 million general fund budget goes to pay for those three things. That's how weighted this budget is in our expenditures to those three key areas. On the revenue side, we have where does our main revenue sources come from? Well, it comes from two largely. Property taxes is almost 58% of our total revenue of a $504 million general fund budget. Sales tax is another almost 19%. And then fund balance is almost 5%. So just between property tax and sales tax, that's 76%, over 76% of our revenues come from property tax and sales tax. And when we talk about economically sensitive revenues, we're talking about those two revenues. Sales tax a little bit more economically sensitive than property tax, but both are sensitive to our local economy. And we have an extremely hot housing market, which has both positive and negative aspects. Sales tax is directly related to the local market and what North Carolina is doing in general. Again, if I add fund balance as a funding source to those other two major ones, 80%, 81% of our budgeted revenue comes from three major sources: property tax, sales tax, and fund balance. So I want to try to tell you.
I had a quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
I had my hand up for the other one. I don't, because I didn't want us to get too far. It is very quick. I know you said it. I promise you it's quick. If you go back one more, I added up what is you said it. I just said the V and AA. You said about them.
That's like vehicles and something else.
Okay.
I will let you know. It's a very small amount. It just obviously the words. I can get you that slide.
Yeah. It's like less than 1% when I added up. I just was like V8. Help me out because somebody asked me later on today and I don't know. But thank you. You can go ahead. Thank you.
So I wanted to tell you a little story about how we budget in the budget office and how far we have to look in advance. So what you're looking at here is a slide of 5 months worth of sales tax collection when we were at the same point we are right now last year. So the budget office was looking at where we were last year in January or February. We had only collected 5 months worth of sales tax revenue for 2021. And at that point, Durham's growth for the first 5 months compared to 1920 was less than 1%, was 0.5% growth. In other words, our sales tax growth last year at this time looked like it was flat. And not only did it look like it was flat for us, it looked flat for other major counties: Mecklenburg, Buncombe, Guilford, Wake. These are normally the top performing counties when it comes to sales tax collection. And why I'm using sales tax collection, this is a direct indicator of how the local economy is doing. So David Ades, Claudia, myself, we're sitting around the table and we're looking at our revenue going, as far as we can tell, things do not look very good at this point in time last year, same day. Over the next 7 months, after we had already made decisions about the budget, fiscal period 6 through 12 in 2021, sales tax bloomed. It went up to 18%. So what we're showing is 18% growth over the previous 7 months in 1920. Do you understand? I hope everyone understands what I'm saying. So when we were developing a budget last year, it looked like we were flat. But as soon as we developed that budget, the economy turned around over the next 6 months. And that turnaround has continued this fiscal year in the first 5 months. Durham County's first 5 months worth of sales tax growth is 16% over what it was the first 5 months last year. What I'm trying to explain to you all is that while we thought COVID was going to hit a little bit harder, reasonably, people were out of work, they weren't moving around as much, they weren't spending as much money, something happened, maybe stimulus dollars, any number of issues could have caused it to happen. Between January of last year through now, the economy as related through sales tax collection for Durham County has grown significantly. I can only see you, Commissioner Burns, your face right now. I want to make sure if there are any questions from any commissioners, I'll stop and see if there are any questions.
I can't see everybody, but Heidi is smiling. And all I can say is I think we got a vaccine and people started going to the beach and the mountains.
And so what I did,
you can actually look at them and see Dare County was the big one, right? And then you see like Madison, it looks like we got a vaccine and everybody started going to the beach and the mountains. Not on this one, but even the little one you had before that. But
you are exactly right. What I'm showing here is I highlighted in dark blue the highest counties for the first 5 months worth of collection in this current fiscal year. And the point, you already caught the point, Commissioner Burns, is that it's largely coastal counties and mountain counties, and then the internal sort of big counties around Raleigh, Wake County, Durham County, Charlotte, and surrounding counties around those. You're exactly right. So I'm going to start show you some information-packed graphs that sort of that are hopefully what you'll see based off of what I just explained. You'll understand what I'm talking about in 2021 and 21-22. This graph may look complicated. Hopefully, once I explain it, you'll understand it and you'll be prepared for every graph afterward. Every one of the gray columns are year-to-year changes in budgeted numbers. So if we look at 2021, for example, 21-22, you see that for Article 39 sales tax, we were estimating an additional $2.7 million in Article 39 sales tax dollars. That's from a budget changing in 2021 of $25 million, that's the green line, to 27.83. So if you take 27.83 minus 25 million, you get a delta or $2.7 million in new Article 39 money. The orange line is just as important because that's what either the actual historical, what we actually collected in sales tax, or what we're estimating for 21-22. We always want to over collect in revenues. Commissioner Carter hinted at this earlier, and we talked about this in depth around property tax, and we'll show you a slide on that. But as a general rule, we don't want to be too aggressive in our revenue estimates or revenue budget. We always want to over collect a little bit, but not too much. We want to be that perfect, what is it, the perfect heated porridge or whatever the bedtime story is about the bed softness. I forget which one that is. What is it? One bed's too soft, one bed's too hard. We
Goldilocks
right
and the Three Bears, Dave.
Yeah, yes, we want to be right there in the Goldilocks zone.
For this is David Ades, commissioners and everyone. I just wanted to reiterate. So on these slides you're about to see, the key that Keith is talking about is you'd love to see that orange line barely above or tracking consistently above the green line. So for the next 7 or 8 slides, you'll be looking at that orange and the green relationship is what you're really tracking to say that we're budgeting fairly accurately, but we're actually over collecting by a little bit. Every once in a while, like in sales tax in particular, you'll see some dips. A lot of that is related to changes at the state level that we just weren't able to predict, no matter how much efforts Keith in particular put into that. But so the key is that orange line hovering just above the green for the next few slides.
Thank you, Dave. And I want to remind you, if you all look at FY 2021, we had a budget of 25 million, and you can see a big wide difference between what we actually collected at 27 million. This was management and David and I, the budget office's best guess on the effects of COVID right when COVID was starting. If you remember, COVID started in fiscal year 1920 around March, and we had to try to estimate what the economy was going to do. And if you remember back then, it was a sort of doom and gloom environment. It was before the economy really changed. And so we were extremely conservative in 2021 at a budget of 25 million. Saw Article 39 sales tax come in at 27 million. And so we budgeted accordingly, adjusted in 21-22, but we're seeing those sales tax increase even more. So we're budgeting 29.8 million in 22-23, which is an additional $1.97 million in new cash available to the county commissioners. That delta number, that 1.97, is the number that matters the most. That's new money that the management and the commissioners and the budget office has to use to deal with increased expenditure needs in the 22-23 budget before a tax rate increase. So let's build on this graph by going to another sales tax. Article 40 sales tax is collected statewide and distributed back to counties based off of population, but you see the same story. In 2021, we budgeted significantly lower because we thought the entire state economy was going to be severely affected by COVID. Didn't happen. That's the wide difference between the actual collections of almost 18 million and the budget of 14 million. We adjusted in 21-22, and we're continuing to adjust in 22-23 with a delta amount in 22-23 of almost $9 million in new money. Article 46 sales tax. This one is important. This is the sales tax that citizens voted on several years ago that's largely dedicated to education-related expenditures, either DPS operating budget costs or DPS-related debt service that we pay on capital for new buildings for DPS and Durham Technical Community College. That sales tax reflects the current local economy as well. Same story being told. It's an additional $1.84 million delta that we're expecting to get from that revenue source, Article 46, that will help offset DPS requested expenditure increases. The city interlocal. In 2021, the city requested that we change the percentage collection split. It used to be 57-43. It went down to 56-44 based off an adjusted agreement in 2021 between the city and the county. But that sales tax is also, that interlocal agreement, which is a redistribution of sales tax between the city and the county, has been going up at a high rate as well. So if you add all of those sales taxes together, that's an additional $10 million in sales tax the county has available to do certain things with in 22-23. That's a significant increase year to year. It was $11 million last year. It's $10 million this year. That's all economically based. We're in very good times. The problem is David and I are always nervous. When times are good, we're always waiting to when times are going to be bad. And we don't know when times are going to be bad, but they can't be this good forever. And you can see how much better they are in 21-22 and 22-23 than they were in the previous 3 and 4 years before that. Local occupancy tax. Remember, we talked about this tax was the one hardest hit by COVID. And you can see the drop off. Remember, the orange line are actual occupancy tax collections. And in 2021, it just fell through the floor. And in 21-22, it bounced back, but it was still significantly lower than it had been trending in previous years. In previous years, we had been budgeting and collecting close to $4 million. Now, finally, in 22-23, based off of trends we're seeing in the current year, we're getting back to where we were 2 and 3 and 4 years ago, which is exciting. Any questions on any of these slides? All right, I'll keep going.
Really, no, it was really quick. Is that North Carolina Museum of Life Science? Is that what that 500,000 is for?
That is money that comes to the county, but it helps offset debt service payments we pay on capital funding we have given to the Museum of Life and Science. So they have been a part of GO bond referendums in the past, and we use $500,000 of that local occupancy tax to offset some of the debt payments we have. It doesn't go.
Okay, no, that's helpful. I just saw NC MLS,
Yes,
and
ma'am.
I was like, I'm gonna take a guess, but that is, so once we pass the 1.4, we allocate automatically $500,000.
To pay for debt service that we pay annually related to Museum of Life and Science capital
Right.
projects. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, no, it's helpful because I know they submit proposals, and I'm just trying to add up in my head like what we already do for them. So no, that was all.
Yeah, and this is Susan, just for clarity. It's approved in the legislative approval. Once over 1.4 million is collected, the next 500,000 comes to the county, and anything over that 500,000 continues to be remitted back to the museum. So,
Gotcha.
like Keith said, when everything was booming, we were going over the 1.4 million, and we would get. And for the last couple of years, when everything was booming, we were exceeding the 500,000. Before that, it may have been maybe we didn't get to the 1.4 during the recession. We did not. A couple of years, it may have been a couple 100,000 over the 1.4, but it's all in the legislative approval.
Thank y'all.
Also want to remind you all, as we're talking about occupancy tax, that the Sports Commission has a dedicated percentage amount of what we collect in occupancy tax goes to support the Sports Commission. So over the last 2 years, the amount we have given to the Sports Commission also fell through the floor, directly related to what we budgeted and actually received in occupancy tax. So they will be seeing a nice little bump in a revenue distribution from our occupancy tax because of the growing amount we are starting to collect and recover from. EMS fees. EMS fees have flattened out a little bit. They went up significantly starting in 1920 to 2021. We went up to $9 million. We are hovering around the $9.5 million mark. We're lowering that number just a little bit. David, I see you pop up if you want to add a little bit of information related to that.
So EMS fees is an interesting one. We've changed some fee structures and stuff. Right now, the trending for this year is a little bit flatter than maybe expected, but we'll work with Jim Groves and his team in Office of Emergency Services over the next couple months to see the effect and do a better report on the effect of some fee change went into place last year.
Thank you, David. So per Dwayne's conversation.
So, I mean, a quick question, Keith, does that mean that the fees went up or down? What are you saying? Can you clarify that a little bit more?
Yeah, just to clarify, Commissioner or Chair Harrington, that's a great question. The fees were adjusted to where it was more of a applicable to the level of service provided on the individual patient and run. So it wasn't necessarily all up or all down. It was just kind of a more realistic based fee structure. And I'll talk with Jim Groves and we'll get you some information on that to clarify over the next couple weeks.
Thank you.
Of course.
There are also, Commissioner Howerton, David, tell me if I'm wrong, there are limits to how much we can charge. A lot of it is Medicaid or Medicare based, and the federal government pays a lot of those fees, and they'll pay a maximum amount, period, regardless of what we charge certain people. So that's also built into this number. And I believe that federal charge amount changed in the last couple of years as well.
Okay.
Far from an EMS billing expert, but yes, that's another area where, like sales tax, if the state makes a change, we don't really know how that's going to affect the county for a couple years even. EMS fees can be the same with Medicaid. I think it's Medicaid transformation. I'm sure Manager Hager can correct me on that, but that has taken place in the last couple of years that we're not sure of those effects quite yet.
The larger point here is that this is a major revenue source, but it hasn't increased significantly. We're in a holding pattern right now. Whereas other key revenues I've pointed out in the previous slides are all looking up. This one is just sort of staying flat. We're happy with it staying flat. We'd like to see it grow a little bit, but you're not seeing the same type of growth in this particular fee-related revenue source. So move now to property tax revenue, and this is related to what Dwayne was talking about. And what you see here is the same story. In 2021, we budgeted conservatively because we were worried about the economy. We were worried about people paying taxes. We also, I believe, had discussions in our board and between board and management about not aggressively going after delinquent taxpayers potentially related to COVID-related economic reasons. And the point being is that all of that didn't really come to pass in our actual revenue collection. We budgeted $273 million in property tax collection. We actually collected $282 million. And in 21-22, we had a 1 cent tax rate increase. We budgeted $291 million. We're expecting to collect $297.98 million. So we're expecting to over collect by $6 to $7 million in the current fiscal year. What does all of that mean? As we move to 22-23, looking at our trends, you remember David saying, we talked about Goldilocks, we want to see that orange line relatively close to the green line. We're going to budget, we're right now tentatively budgeting $304 million in property tax revenue collection. The key here is that's $13.2 million in additional property tax revenue for the general fund without a tax rate increase. And that's almost close to 3 cents, David, a little over 3 cents, or right around 3 cents worth of property tax rate increase that you don't have to increase on the property tax rate because this money is coming in automatically. Are there any questions about this? This is a really important slide. This is by far the biggest revenue source that we have. If not, go ahead.
I like this slide.
I had a
We like
question.
it too. Yes, ma'am, Commissioner Carter.
Just to be 100% clear in my own head. So this coming fiscal year, we're projecting an increase of 3.2 million in tax revenues coming into the county. And that's following a year where we saw an increase of 18.2 million.
That
So we had
increase-
18.
Yes, ma'am.
So we had an $18.2 million increase last year, and now this coming year, we're projecting a $13.2 million.
To be clear, the $18 million increase in 21-22 was natural growth plus a 1 cent
1 cent.
property tax rate increase we had that year. If you'll look, you'll see a 2.3 cent property tax rate increase in 19-20, a 1 cent in 18-19, and a 1 cent in 17-18. But yes, you are correct. Budget to budget, we went from 273 million in 2021 to 291 million in 21-22. That's that 18.2 delta with a 1 cent tax rate increase. We are currently estimating $304 million or $13.2 million more in property tax revenue with no tax rate increase. We haven't made the decision yet between management or the board to have a tax rate increase or not. This is just without a tax rate increase.
Thank you.
Keith, do you remember what the natural growth was in 21-22 before the 1 cent?
It's roughly $4.5 million. So it was right around the same amount, $13 to $14 million natural growth in 21-22.
Okay, I mean, because I think that's important. We may be stable, but we're not actually increasing then.
No, we are increasing. It's just the increase amount stable. We're still increasing year after year. That green line, look at that green line, the slope of that green line. That is the, and a key point I'd like to note is that property tax revenue has grown by $73 million annually since 2016-17 to 2023. So just 7 years ago, we were collecting 231 million, and now we're close to collecting $305 million estimated in 22-23. That's an additional $73 million every year now and in the future for supporting personnel costs, supporting Durham Public Schools, supporting any number of things.
Since when? We had that growth since when?
16, 17, the
Okay.
years you're looking at on this graph.
Okay,
Commissioners, David Ades again, just to clarify, this is what Dwayne was talking about on his slide, the natural growth in valuations. And that's what you're seeing in these gray bars. If you back out in your mind the effect of 1 cent, that's what you're seeing is the natural growth without the property tax increase. And as Keith is saying, and Dwayne pointed out, we're doing pretty dang well on the natural growth year to year. And that's the key point. So absolutely, we are growing and growing continuously at a 3 to 4% pace, I would say.
So one number that everyone likes to understand is, what does 1 cent on the property tax bring in? Based off of our math, based off of the valuations that we've worked with Dwayne and management to establish for 22-23, we are estimating that 1 cent of property tax rate equals $4.77 million. That is a number that you can use to say, oh, if we need even more money for the county chooses to have higher growth and expenditure somewhere for pre-K expansion or any number of other things over and above what management recommends, you would have to increase the property tax rate. Increasing that property tax rate 1 cent will bring in an additional $4.77 million to the county as an estimate for 22-23. When I add up all those key revenues that we just went through, sales tax, occupancy tax, and things of that nature, without including property tax, and I look historically, I want to sum up the key numbers, that $10.4 million. We are looking at $10.4 million in increased revenue from just those key revenues, not including property tax for 22-23. The next graph is the big one. If I include property tax natural growth plus estimated increases for sales tax and occupancy tax and register of deeds and any number of other key revenues, I'm looking at growth in revenue without a property tax rate increase of $23.6 million. That $23.6 million equates to roughly 5 cents on the property tax rate that you don't need to increase in order to still get that same amount of revenue. This is kind of like, and I put air quotes around this, free revenue. This is revenue growth without a property tax rate increase. One key point to note is from 16-17 to 22-23, looking at these key revenues, that's nearly $100 million in growth in those key revenues. And yet, we still struggle to meet many of the needs that we all have for expenditures and areas that need resources. I see Commissioner Alam has a hand raised.
Yes, thank you so much, Keith. I just had a quick request for a resource. You were talking about the property tax increase. I remember last year when we were doing the budget retreat, you had shared a document that kind of broke down where the burden really lies when there is a property tax increase on like our lowest income residents, how they're impacted and how, I think, would you be able to share that with us again later on, like via email?
David and I will clarify with you after this exactly what you're talking about. And if we have it, we will work with you. Sure. We will try to get you whatever and get all commissioners that information. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Take note of that and check back with you. Moving on from those really complex graphs, hopefully they were understandable after seeing the same version of it time after time. Some of the major expenditure pressures the county will be experiencing in 22-23. Increased demand for services within the human services and public safety functions for a whole host of reasons, notwithstanding a growing population, public education, operating and capital budget pressures. We're talking about education K through 12 plus community colleges needs, plus a potential upcoming GO bond referendum, pre-K expansion. The board has continued to express a desire to expand pre-K support. Employee recruitment and retention. Claudia has been talking about this and will continue to talk about this from a management perspective and the struggles we're experiencing in that area. Fixed annual growth costs. Highest inflation in the last 20 to 40 years. That's going to have a cost in terms of some of the built-in operating costs that departments experience. And we're potentially going to see significant health insurance increased costs. Some of the main drivers, we talked about personnel costs, some of the choices we've made in the current year, the COLA we've applied, longevity, any number of things, those things that were applied in the year we're in right now are going to cost us in 22, 23 as we digest that full cost, an estimated $6.6 million. We're looking at potential health insurance increases of around $4.5 million. We've got a pre-K expansion request of $880,000. We're looking at any number of other increases. One more I want to point out that's a big one is DPS has initially requested an additional $12.8 million in operational funding from the county. So you can see quickly that our general fund expenditure drivers are increasing at a rate that's outpacing our revenue growth. And our revenue growth has been spectacular. So where are we at? Amazingly enough, we've had an estimated $24.5 million in new revenue without a property tax rate increase. The other side of this equation, which is always amazing, is we've already got $54 million worth of identified expansion drivers requested. Wow. Before we even start. So it's kind of like you've had a major salary increase, but every expenditure you're experiencing in your household budget has increased more than your salary has. Again, we remind commissioners that choices you make today can potentially limit your options in the future. All of these amazing revenue sources are largely dependent on the economy and that we are also experiencing annual fixed growth in cost. Long range. What is the long range? This is where I got that $54 million number versus our revenue growth. If you look at the 22-23, this is not the correct one. I'm sorry, this is not the correct number. I'll show you a little bit later. It's that $54 million in identified expenditure increases with $23 million in revenue growth. I will change this slide. This is not the right year. It should have been updated, and I don't quite know what it is. My mistake. Actually, I can switch, but I won't. Claudia's told me to speed up a little bit. All right, we're getting to the end here. Some of what you all are going to have to focus on is a strategic application of resources to meet current, ongoing, and new needs, while always remembering to create operational resiliency long-term with the choices you make, which means a mixture of being aggressive and dealing with services while also being somewhat conservative to be prepared for unknowns that we may need in the future. Just a reminder, we have a website that shows our performance measurement data for departments, and you can get to that at data-dconc.org and this link. And this is just data that we use to help define how our departments are doing in any given year and help us designate operational resources in future years. And with that, I will stop and answer any questions. Thank you, Claudia, for your patience.
Oh, you're great. Thank you, Keith. We tried to share a lot of information and as quickly as possible. We will have opportunities to discuss these further, especially as we get closer to the budget, the actual recommended budget, the vetting and the rigors that go with looking at what projected revenues are available continues until we move forward with the recommended budget. And I just want to thank Keith and his team for their efforts in that space. They are leaders in the state as it relates to the analytics with sales taxes. That's one of the toughest ones to project. And their work is viewed by many across the state. And so I want to thank them for that. We'll now transition to our policy discussions. We'll have a fund balance policy conversation. And we have with us our financial advisor, Doug Carter with DEC Associates, as well as our CFO, Susan Tezai, that will lead the discussion.
Okay. And like Claudia said, Doug is also on the meeting for this discussion. Doug, are you with us?
Absolutely.
Okay. So we can go ahead and start. And just to give a little introduction to what we're doing, you know, we've had these discussions every year, and we've talked about what policy is. You know, like right now, we have a goal of available for appropriation based on actual prior year expenditures of 35% for total fund balance, and for unassigned specifically a goal of 16%. So we took the time to go back and revisit our current policy, look at what others are doing. No two are identical, and that's because every entity is different. I went to also to the GFOA website to look at their best practices and guidelines. And so just to start off with this slide, GFOA recommends that it's essential that governments maintain adequate levels of fund balance to mitigate current and future risk, as well as to ensure stable tax rates. Discussions of fund balance should properly focus on the government's general fund. Nonetheless, financial resources available in other funds should also be considered. For us, as an example, would be debt service when and if needed, in assessing the adequacy of fund balance in the general fund. The GFOA recommends that governments establish a formal policy on the adequate level of fund balance that should be maintained in the general fund. And in doing some research with other entities, I found that some don't have a policy. They prefer, rather than having a policy, which is their decision, to use implement what they call best practices without having a formal policy. Some have just continued to maintain via the state statute that they're now looking at devising a policy specific and beneficial to their entity. And the ones that do have a policy, like I said, no two have been identified. Next slide. And Doug, if you want to intervene with any comments, please feel free to do so. So also from an appropriate level, the adequate level of fund balance in your general fund should take into account each government's own unique circumstances. And I think in what I've seen with no two being identical, that's what each entity has done, including Durham County. The choice of revenues or expenditures as your basis of comparison may be dictated by what is more predictable in a government's particular circumstances. So in the past, what we've predicted, what we've established our goals was on actual prior year expenditures rather than future estimated expenditures or revenues. But you want to determine when you have your policy, which one is more predictable. Next slide. So in establishing the adequate level of fund balance in your general fund, a government should consider a variety of factors that include these five: the predictability of its revenues and the volatility of its expenditures. For example, higher levels of fund balance may be needed if significant revenue sources are subject to unpredictable fluctuations or if operating expenditures are highly volatile. Two, it's perceived exposure to significant one-time expenditures. For coastal regions, that could be, disasters. For us, the main thing here has been immediate capital needs for our capital financing plan. State budget cuts. Over the years, we've seen a loss in certain revenues because the state discontinued them. The potential, number three, for drain upon your general fund resources from other funds, as well as the availability of resources in other funds. Four, the potential impact on the entity's bond ratings and the corresponding increased cost of borrowed funds depending on that impact. And five, your commitments and assignments. Governments may wish to maintain a higher level of unrestricted fund balance to compensate for any portion of your unrestricted fund balance already committed or signed by the government for a specific purpose. For instance, for Durham County, we have committed for our health benefits because we're self-insured for health and dental. We have committed for debt service and capital finance. We have committed for Article 46. So we have several committed for risk management in case there's anything that happens as far as that goes. Government may deem it appropriate to exclude from consideration resources that have been committed or assigned to some other purpose and focus only on unassigned fund balance rather than on unrestricted fund balance. Our current policy focuses on unrestricted, so it includes your committed and your assigned as well as your unassigned. What we're going to look at as a proposed draft for approval for a revision to that policy is taking number 5 and Durham County focusing in the future only on unassigned. And we'll get to that draft in just a few moments. Next slide. And also from the GFOA website, recommended practice 4.1 of the National Advisory Council on State and Local Budgeting. Their recommended practice for governments is on the need to, quote, maintain a prudent level of financial resources to protect against reducing service levels or raising taxes and fees because of temporary revenue shortfalls or any unpredicted one-time expenditures. Unusual items that would distort trends. And when you look at your best practice, unusual items that would distort your trends, one-time revenues and expenditures should be excluded. So if our policy was the current draft versus what it actually has been in the past, we would have excluded in our trend analysis the CARES funding, the ARPA funding. So that's just an example. And reoccurring transfers should be included. Once the government's decision has been made to compare fund balance to either revenues and/or expenditures, that decision should be followed consistently. Next slide. Use and replenishment. They recommend the fund balance policy should define conditions warranting its use. And it should also include if a fund balance falls below the government's policy level, if there's a plan to replenish it. Our policy does that, the existing and the recommended or proposed draft, or that we'll go over in just a minute. Generally, government should seek to replenish their fund balances within 1 to 3 years of use. Our current policy states 2 years to replenish. So we're good there. Revenue sources that would typically be looked at for replenishment of a fund balance include non-recurring revenues, your budget surpluses, and excess resources in other funds, if legally permissible and there's a defensible rationale. Year-end surpluses are an appropriate source for replenishing fund balance. So fund balance above your formal policy requirement. There may be times when governments find themselves in a position with an amount of fund balance in your general fund over their formal policy reserve requirement. For Durham County, we don't call it a requirement, we call it a goal. And that's because when you manage towards your policy, you want to meet the requirements of that policy. So if, for instance, I know some entities who had a firm, solid, hard line, and they didn't meet that line. Well, that becomes an issue with the rating agencies. So you want to be able to have a policy that's not set in stone, but rather it's flexible where you can manage toward that policy. And that's what Durham County does by having a goal. When this occurs, use of those funds will be prohibited as a funding source for ongoing recurring expenditures. And that's also in our policy. And right now, Durham County is in this position where we ended up last year with 41.01% based on the current policy. And like I said, the source for this information came from the GFOA. So just some other notes. The GFOA does encourage the use of the most predictable, reliable metric for policies, and revenues are more reliable as a predictor. So our current policy utilizes actual expenditures from the prior year. What we're looking at and what you'll see in the upcoming draft is moving toward future revenue predictor. So rating agencies prefer future indices, and they customarily use revenues as a measure rather than prior expenditures. Based on the review of the FY21 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report Act, compared to 16% of the FY 2022 General Fund budgeted revenues, which is what we're going to look at in the proposed draft as our future methodology. The result will be slightly over 24.6 million over the new policies required unassigned fund balance. So that means based on using FY21 and looking at if we had 16% of unassigned fund balance based on our general fund budgeted revenues for FY22, we ended up at a little over 102 million in unassigned fund balance, which would be about 24.6 million over and above what 16% of our unassigned fund balance would have been based on 16% of the FY22's original budget for general fund. They also recommend that when you use this methodology, if you use sub funds for the general fund during the year, that this methodology should be based on each sub fund and then a grand total for all. And that 24.6 million methodology was just that. And so what I'm saying is that's the cumulative amount over all general sub funds for a total at ACTR level. Doug, before we get into the draft policy, would you like to say anything?
Well, I would just say, I think this is a lot of good research on what is appropriate for a fund balance. And I think the use of a 16% unassigned measurement as a goal is a good one. And I'm happy to see that we have excess over that can be monetized.
Okay.
I would just also, Susan, before you get started, I know this was a conversation that started last year. The board asked staff to evaluate approaches in which we could use our fund balance and fund reserves differently. And I appreciate Susan's and Doug's guidance on this in making sure we protect ourselves, but also have strategies going forward when there are situations that we exceed projected amounts. Commissioner Carter.
Thank you. And I so appreciate this research and this, again, really education for us to help us understand the finances that we're dealing with. I want to be sure I'm clear about point number three, Susan. That seems super important. Is this bullet point number 3 saying that if the $24.6 million is 16% higher than the fiscal year 22 budgeted revenues? It's $24 million greater than 16% of the fiscal year 22 budgeted revenues.
In other words, what this is saying with the proposed methodology in the current draft that we're going to go through is that rather than saying 35% of total fund balance based on prior year actual expenditures, which is the current methodology, and
right,
16% for unassigned, what we would do going forward is I would take the original budget upcoming fiscal year and take 16% of that and say that's where I think we should be with our unassigned fund balance. And
16% of revenues versus expenditures.
Yes, ma'am. And revenues are more predictable because as you saw last year, we spent only 9% of expenditures last year. So it would have been very hard to use that methodology for an estimate, whereas revenues typically are more predictable. And so what this is saying is, for instance, if you look at last year's act for general fund, the total unassigned fund balance was over $102.2 million. With this calculation, we're saying that unassigned, based on fund balance policy in the current draft, would be $77.5 million, which means we had over 24.6 million more in unassigned than what would be prudent as a safeguard to make sure that we don't have to cut services if something were to occur, to make sure that we wouldn't have to raise taxes if something should occur, which means you would have 24.6 million for the combination of all your sub funds that would be available. And we would manage toward that 77.5 million. And each year that unassigned would be calculated based on 16% of the succeeding fiscal year's budget, general fund.
Of the revenue is the basis of comparison, though.
Yes,
the revenue versus expense. That's the change.
Right.
Yes.
That is being suggested.
And if you look at rating agency reports, when we've been to the rating agencies, when they draw their conclusions, provide the report, they do include a calculation of percentage of revenues. Doug, do you want to add to that?
No, I think they see revenues as a more reliable source. And unfortunately, in places like North Carolina, where there's deficits and expenditures are greater than revenues, that's why they've tended to be revenue based, and that's most reliable.
For us, however, I can definitely see that. For us, this just means if we change that, the amount of dollars in our unassigned fund balance will increase, because basing it on prior fiscal year revenues as the point of comparison is a larger number than expenditures, right? And I just want to be sure I'm understanding that correctly.
Not necessarily, because each year with inflation, as you look at your budgets over time, every year your expenditure budget increases, every year your revenue budget increases. That's how you manage the budget as to whether or not you're going to increase your fund balance as a whole and whether or not you're going to be unassigned as a whole.
Okay. All right. I need to keep thinking about this, but thank you.
And this is just.
Yeah, Susan,
No decision
Susan,
today. This is
yeah.
just- we were asked to look at how could we improve or the methodology to improve, and that's what we're presenting today for you to assess.
Susan, just a quick question. You know, one of the things that the conversations that we get in the public is that our fund balance is high. Now, if we try to explain this number 3 to the public, they're going to be even more confused. So how do we break this down to a figure that the public understands is what we're going to need to know?
Well, and what we're saying here from number 5 in the previous slide is that if we want to move forward with a different approach, we won't no longer consider what in our goal, what's in committed and what's in assigned, but they're still going to be there. We're still going to commit for OPEB. We're still going to commit for our health insurance. So, and we're still going to commit for risk management. And so that those won't change. It's just we're taking them out of the formula. We're not going to look at a total fund balance percentage anymore. We're going to concentrate on what is truly available no matter what, which is your unassigned.
Okay.
If we go with the proposed draft. So we're changing the focus. And from what I've seen in my research, this is the trend that everyone is taking. Even though no two fund balance policies are the same, everyone is trending toward just looking at unassigned versus total.
Commissioner, I would also say, similar to the previous graphic that showed how y'all compare to other people on revenues, expenditures, and fund balance, that a 16% criteria of unassigned is very comparable to people that you are comparable to, the ones that you saw on the list before. And essentially by maintaining comparison across the board and saying this is our balance we want to maintain, it allows you every year to look at what your financial operations produced above that 16% and allows you to find places to reuse that money that will be positive. So I think you're comparable to others, and it gives a good measurement so you can see year to year, how do we, based upon sound financial management, use our additional resources?
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Jacobs has a hand up.
Hey everyone, I'm sorry. I'm actually in the car now, driving my daughter to the airport. She was here taking the bar exam for 2 days, but so I'm sorry if you can hear the noise in my car. But I just have a general response, which is I'm very confused, and I'm trying to understand. And I know you've tried to explain this, Susan, but I'm still not quite understanding what the difference is and what it means for how we do our budget and what funds will actually be available compared to our previous policy. Because as Doug, you were just mentioning, it seems we've always had a distinguishing between the general fund balance and then what is restricted and unrestricted. And I think the criteria before was 35% overall, and then was it 16 or 19%? I can't remember, was the for unrestricted. So I think it's probably going to take me time for it all to sink in as well. But getting back to what Commissioner Howerton was saying, I think it's going to be important that we just understand what are the implications of this policy for us to understand that and for the public. And I don't know if you can try to explain a little bit more, what does this actually mean in practical sense?
And Doug may want to chime in, but what we're saying here is our goal currently in the current policy for unassigned is 16%. So we're not changing that. What the upcoming draft does is it takes committed and assigned out of the computation it takes the total 35% out of the computation, and we concentrate solely on the 16% of unassigned.
Commissioner Burns, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
Commissioner Burns had a question and I'm gonna weigh in as well.
Oh, I was gonna wait for Susan to get done. Can y'all
Okay,
hear
I'm
me?
sorry.
Oh,
Susan, I'm sorry.
oh.
I'm just saying that the unassigned will not change based on, the only change with the 16% is if we change the methodology from prior year actual expenditures at 16% versus the future original budget of revenues going forward. That will be the only change in the computation for unassigned.
Okay, so are you saying then that one of the big changes would be that we're not talking, we're just going to be focusing on the unrestricted fund balance going forward?
Not really the unrestricted. That includes the committed and it includes your assigned. We'll be focusing on the unassigned, which has not been set aside for any purpose. It hasn't been set aside, assigned to balance next year's budget. It hasn't been fund balance set aside to help fund any drastic measures related to our self-insured should something occur, or our OPEB should something occur, or risk management should there be something there where we had a huge settlement to come into play. So it would only affect, we would concentrate solely on unassigned that has not been set aside for any purpose that would be out there available for use for one-time purposes if we manage toward our policy.
Okay, Commissioner.
Okay, so I kind of hear I'm not speaking for anybody, but I do hear like the elephant in the room, right? Last year, this time, there was one certain group who shall remain nameless because I can't even, I don't even want to elevate this on this call because they don't mean their opinion about what we do with fund balance was flawed. And I think that there's a collective fear that that kind of misinformation campaign will start up again. And we're already seeing some of it. So I do feel some of the hesitation and not even the confusion, but I do understand what some of my board members are saying. And even when I was talking to some folks last year and they kept saying, well, why can't you use fund balance? Why can't you use fund balance? And I said, well, if we use fund balance for that, and that's something that has to be paid for next year, it becomes reoccurring, right? And so once they understood that, they recognize why you can't say, let's pay for like this many people. And I know that's not what anybody's saying. We can't say, well, let's pay for this many FTEs on this out of fund balance, because then it becomes reoccurring, right? And once it becomes reoccurring, it's a problem. And as you all saw on that chart, we've already raised taxes 5.3, right? Like if you compare us to Charlotte's tax rate is what, 61, ours is 73, almost 74. Like that's a huge gap between us and Charlotte. And then a couple of slides before, we actually saw that we already have 54 million, even though we're doing well, even though we're doing good, even though we have some extra money, we literally have $54 million like in requests. So even though we're doing good, so I just want people to know, like from what I got, and Susan, you can correct me on this, even with this change, that 24.6 million is still for one-time items.
That's correct.
That was all right. So, right. That's the big question. Like, I don't want us to kind of sort of look at it. And I know the fear that y'all, I have the same fear because I got to have the same conversations y'all have over the next couple of weeks. But again, even with that, this new calculation, this is one-time use money. This is not reoccurring money. So I don't want us to think, well, we can throw this here and this is how we'll get this money. And I'm not saying that to anybody on my board. I'm saying that out in the atmosphere because I know we're going to get those questions too.
That is, and also you don't have to utilize it now. Have it in your planning. You may want to use it for a future one-time purpose. And for some of that money, that may be a future plan already in the capital financing model. So you have to look at it from that perspective. But yes, absolutely not for reoccurring. Absolutely not.
So I'll make some quick remarks. We'll talk about this some more at our March work session because we do need to look at the policy. This will allow the board, as just shared, to stay within their policy, and the rating agencies will support the approach in how our fund balance policy is structured. It would allow the board as well to use resources that were generated either from expenses that were not at the level budgeted or revenues that were collected higher, and you generate this these one-time dollars. It could be decided that those, as Susan said, could be committed to support board priorities. We know there are many board priorities right now, from transit to affordable housing, supporting other capital one-time use areas. We see this as a way that the board could commit these dollars to support transformative local strategies that are important to the community, but will move us further along in reaching some of the goals that we desire. But, and Doug and Susan, y'all can weigh in if it's any other comments about this. I'm not sure if they're, Commissioner Burns, your hand may have been up from before.
I'm sorry, I'll put the Zoom still has it up, so my apologies.
No problem.
My apologies.
Manager, I would just say this, and back to the commissioner's question earlier from the car. This is meant to make the fund balance policy more simple. It's one measurement. It's a comparative measurement to most folks that you would compare to or who are like you with sound financial management. And it creates an ability at every year to say, because of this sound financial management, we have created a pool of money that has occurred that can be utilized in multiple ways. Susan mentioned earlier using it inside your capital fund. As you know, capital needs are going to be very high for the county. And by placing this in that fund, you can use that one-time money to levelize in the future the expenditure for capital. And so it provides a levelizer into the future and does indeed have future impacts. And so I think the real key is to have a simple policy so that every year you can say, here is the money that's been produced by our financial management of the previous year, and here's how we're going to effectively use it for good inside the community. And it's a more simple calculation and one that can show you compared to your peers into the future. And it's solid from a financial or from a rating agency perspective as well.
And Doug, correct me if I'm wrong, but also from what you just mentioned, it can be used upfront as a cash flow mechanism with a reimbursement resolution before the issuance of debt.
That's exactly right.
While you're seeing that issuance of debt.
That's right.
And that's a great point. As we're looking at the upcoming bond referendum and we're trying to decide for some that may have some cash flow needs, this could be used to help in that transition period and still align in a way that as we actually go to the rating agencies, it doesn't appear that we've used for other reserves that may be problematic. But again, we'll talk more about this at our March work session. This is complex, and we want to make sure we had some initial conversations, because as we deal with transformative investments in the next few months, whether it's the capital improvement plan, the evaluation of how we use ARPA dollars, and then our county, like others, as Susan showed in the other presentation, have reserves that grow. And how do we invest those dollars in the future to maintain property tax levels at reasonable rates, but also to invest in areas where there may be some funding gaps. So we look forward to additional follow-ups. I don't see other hands on this, but I think this was a great conversation. Thanks to you, Susan and Doug, for helping us with this, and we'll talk further in March.
Chair, could I make one comment, and manager, just one?
Sure, absolutely.
This is our third meeting this week with county commissioners on subjects just like this, planning, budgets, moving forward. And I just must say to you, the level of data that you have how it's been presented, how it's been communicated is just extraordinarily good, in my personal opinion. And I also find the engagement by policymakers in these discussions to also be extraordinarily good. And I see this as Durham really above what you would see. I just think this has been really good.
And just to reiterate what Doug had said earlier, when you look at the draft, you're going to see just what he said, that we're trying to make it more simple by concentrating just on the unassigned, as well as still maintaining all of the policies or the best practices that the GFOA recommends. Like it still maintains replenishment within 2 years. It still provides examples of the one-time occurrences that the funds can be used for. It still includes goals that make it a sound, solid policy. And it is a lot to digest. So we're here for you.
Well, thank you so much, Susan and Doug. This was a great conversation. And it's great we're at this point. This may not.
Claudia, you're muted.
Come back.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was saying such great things as usual. I did that yesterday. I said my best work is when my mute is on. But what I was saying, this was a great conversation. And I wanted to thank Doug and Susan again for their efforts on this. This is complex. We're glad we are at this stage of having met our goal. And although you see 16%, and a lot of people talk about it, but that's 3 months worth of cash flow. So if something were to happen and we were to shut down, that's within revenues in major areas. 3 months is not a lot of money, even if you evaluate your own personal scenarios. But we know we will, as we work through this, get the right balance that will be the best for the community. We will now transition to the low-income homeowners relief conversation. And we have team members from the Department of Social Services with Lee Little facilitating the conversation.
So good morning. This is Ben. I'm actually going to kick things off for us. I hope everyone's doing well and having a great retreat. Thank you for allowing us to share with you some about the low-income homeowners relief program. This was our first run with this new program, and we've learned a lot and definitely have a lot to share with you. And hopefully, as we work to evaluate the program in the upcoming months, this program definitely was a partnership program. And one of the nice things about it was we actually had a much smoother rollout with this program than we did some other programs that we had in the last year. I'm not going to name names. and a big part of that was our IS&T department that actually worked in partnership with us to develop the online application and the management system that we used for it. They were tremendous in the work that they did, and it really made for a much smoother rollout because this program obviously was a much more compressed program in terms of time. So that was really a big part of it, and I want to thank Greg and his team for that work indeed. And like I said, this program was definitely due to a lot of partnerships. We had the City of Durham as financial partners for the city's tax side of things, and that was a nice partnership there. Dwayne and the tax department were tremendous to work with. This was really kind of at least my first joint venture with them, and just his staff is just really amazing. And I want to thank Dwayne and his staff. We had many partnership meetings over the course of the summer as we planned and rolled this program out, and they were just tremendous in developing this program with us. The finance department, Susan and Chrisley and our business office had to obviously work out how we get things paid, because this was a little unique in that we're paying another department when we have an eligibility versus paying a vendor or a citizen. So I want to really share gratitude with that. That was a big process to work out there as well too. We had our DSS board was a big part of this program. Since this really fell to social services, they were kind of the policy advisors, and they had 2 special called meetings. Commissioner Jacobs is on our DSS board along with our other members, and they helped guide the policy, and we actually worked with them in terms of extending the program and changing the eligibility guidelines kind of in the middle of the program to try to draw more applicants. So really grateful for the work of our DSS board. The PIO departments, both in-house, Pam Purifoy and Deborah Craig Ray and Dawn, and our county PIOs really helped us a lot as well too with outreach. Our QAT, Crystal Harris, and her area helped us with how we review applications, how we make sure we're getting things correct. So just so many great partnerships here. One of the biggest partnerships we had, though, was our community advocates. We had a lot of people out there in the streets working for this program. Jim Savara, I could not go without mentioning his name. He has been in the forefront of this program. We've had regular communications with him. He did a lot of outreach work in the community. Reinvestment Partners, other people like other community advocates really did a lot of work on the ground, and we really appreciate all the efforts they did. Last but not least, must acknowledge Janine, Lee, Contessa, and all the staff. They have propped up 3 new programs within the last year within their division alone, including the ERAP program, this program, and the low-income water assistance program. And it has been a tremendous lift, and they have just been heroes through this whole process. So I really want to praise and acknowledge all of our staff in DSS for this program. This program was really new to us, and as I think you know, it's unique. There's not many programs like this, at least structured in this way, across the state. We only had one that we were aware of that we could pull some information from. There may be some others, but I think we focused on the Mecklenburg model a little bit, and I think it was really the partnerships that really helped pull this together. So I'm very grateful, and I would not feel, if I did not mention these folks, I would feel like we had slighted some people. So I wanted to do that. I'm going to turn it over to Janine and Lee and Contessa. They're going to share with you the PowerPoint and kind of give you some data from the program, and then we'll be happy to answer any questions. The DSS board will be taking a look at this program in March. That's part of our agenda as well too. So we're going to kind of do a deep dive evaluation with them and look at making some recommendations maybe for the program going forward, things we might could do a little differently. And because obviously you'll see there's some interesting facts, I think, that will come from the presentation that will lead way for that conversation. So with that, I'll turn it over to Janine and Lee to present the PowerPoint, and Contessa.
Thank you, Ben. Lee, do you want to, I know you developed these slides, so do you want to present?
Yes, I can definitely present. Just wanted to start off with the program overview. When we decided to take on this mission of helping the community, we wanted to make sure that that we focus on some targeted areas that help owners and homeowners in the Durham County area with the tax subsidy program. We developed a policy for long-time owners, such as people that were in their homes for 10 years plus. The start of the launch began on October the 6th, 2021, and it first initially was going to end on December the 31st. But we wanted to make sure that we would give people opportunities, since it was a new program, that we extended it for additional till January 31st. Currently, we have a couple pending applications that people that have applied to the program have given notice, so that we will complete the program fully and probably in about a week from today. Next is eligibility requirements. As I touched on before, homeowners must own and use the property as their primary residence and be in their home for 10 years plus. Again, this is all in caption to make sure we connect with those who really needed the funds and the subsidies within Durham County. We also had household incomes with less than 80% AMI. That was additionally increased from before. And again, we did make two major changes to the program. And again, it was all in trying to capture that population that we were targeting. Eligibility requirements, program outreach. So we utilize, again, this is a program that we started very quickly. So we wanted to maximize some of the strengths that we actually already had. So we did a lot of flyer inserts with of course, help from the Durham County Tax Office, including flyers for the program in your actual tax bill. And we also use social media outlets such as our Durham County Twitter, and all of our social media outlets, and Facebook. We did some radio broadcasts in the local area, which was a huge help. We did outreach organizations such as the churches and religious organizations, and also some community agencies that we already have connection and collaboration with. Again, this was all in generation to kind of help with the program and getting the voice out so that people will understand the program needs and qualifications for it. We also had it open to the public where they could come into the schedule a DSS appointment and come in and complete their application if they needed to. So program data, as you will see, it's we received about 339 applications, 200, and we have a couple pending was approved. And you'll also see we have 24 that is currently pending. Our denial was 115. Out of those denials, it was generally a population of people that was not in their home 10 years or less, or they've received other subsidies, which per policy, you can only receive one subsidy. The average homeowner tax bill was about $2,093. This program basically assisted on an average of $714.76 with the calculations from how much they needed in assistance. That's how we ended up with the $714.76. In total expenditures for the program, as you will see, is $142,952.62. So this year we will have a lot more time to prepare. So we will have adopted some goals. A lot of it is going to be outreach and really reaching those community and being able, because of COVID, it was very tight in terms of actually doing presentations in the community and actually visiting community organizations. But we do plan to actually utilize that a lot more and do presentations in the community for this upcoming year. We do want to increase the pool of potential applicants as much as possible. I think this is we did reach more than we did last year. So we want to make sure that we increase each and every year because of the current economic trend that's going on in Durham County. We would like to continue to provide assistance to the community. I'm not sure if Janine or Contessa have any questions, but I will definitely open it up for any questions to.
So if I may, there's some additional information that I think is important to add to this conversation, because I think that there were some expectations that we would serve a larger number of individuals. And I think that was based on the idea that overall 32% of Durhamites are rent burdened or cost burdened for their housing. And out of that, 46% of the population of that particular population are renters. So we know that that population has had a large sum of money to assist them. But we still had 19-20% of the population for homeowners that were still cost burden. And that was roughly 13,100 homeowners in our community. What we have to really figure out, and this is kind of the data mining that we're going to have to do before we launch again, is to figure out how many of those individuals already receive a subsidy. Because if you already receive that subsidy, you're automatically disqualified. And also, how long have those homeowners lived in those homes? If we have a threshold that says you have to live in there 10 years, and that automatically eliminates half the people who would be eligible, I think that's another data point that we really need to assess and determine if that's really getting to the target audience that we had intended. So, we have some data, we have all of this information from this particular year, and for us, it's time to fine tune and really do some data mining to figure out, what are our recommendations for FY23, because this is a program that we know makes a difference, and we know can impact families' ability to stay in their home, and that's really, the intent. So. Do I see someone's hand up? I do.
Mr. Barnes?
Can you hear me?
I can.
Yes.
All right, really quick. One, hooray. I remember. Yeah, I knew them. Hey, I was first. Yeah, y'all gotta wait. I'll be quick. I'll be quick because this, y'all, when we talked about this in budget and we talked about it before and y'all brought it forth, Janine, Contessa, Lee, Director Rose, I know how hard it was because you started up 3 programs this year. So this was not easy. You all could have just started this up, said, look, we didn't get a whole bunch of money. We need to put it away. But I think you all know how much this means to us. The fact that I always said, and I had to fight this, and I actually had to fight some of the people that y'all listed as some of our helpers, because they were not our helpers the entire year. They wanted us to move from 30% AMI. Yeah, Ben laughing. Ben know how hard I had to fight. 30%, it was at 30% AMI. And I said, I wanted to make sure this thing wasn't just equal access, because everybody can, we assume that everybody can get to the county office and everybody can get to the internet, but I wanted to be equal and equitable. And so we had men and women who were at 30% AMI who could not get off work. And it could have been soaked up by the 80% in the beginning, and it wasn't. So we kept it open for that little bit of time, looked at the big data, went to 60, went to 80. I just think the rollout of this thing was beautiful. I know y'all took a lot of hits for it. I think that was great. I think the fact that you all took the time to go and look at the big data points, and you actually came back to us and said, you know what? Yeah, we didn't give out, because I did. I told John knows this, Claudia knows this. I actually want to increase this. Doggone it. I want to increase this fund. And there might be people out there who are saying, well, you only used less than $200,000 and there's 750,000. Why would you want to move it to $1 million? I want to move it because of the points that Janine just made. If we're setting it at 10 years and that automatically takes out 13,000 families, that maybe we put it at 7.5, maybe we put it at 5. I don't know. But the fact that you already know that there are people who are eligible, that maybe one little piece of our criteria might be throwing them out. The fact that we know that a lot of folks in Durham rent, and it's always interesting when we see that big 32% number, because a lot of those people are always asking for the tax increase and not thinking about the burden that is put in on folks that actually own a car and own a home. And that's not to take away from people who rent. There's a reason why you're renting, because you can't afford a home here. So it's very cyclical, right? But I just want to say, I love that you all are looking at these data points and seeing where we can move so that we can help more people. I love that you all took the time to find the percentages, and I love that you all stood up a program that we came to you all about when for 5 years folks have been working on it. And here it was, a program like it in Charlotte. And then we had 3 programs, 3 divisions to come together. We had your division we had folks to come together from IT and in the tax office. I do not think people know 3 agencies that are that different that can come together and work like that and do something like this. I don't think people know what that took. So I'm just saying thank you. I'm gonna hush. I don't have any questions. I can't wait to see where you all maybe move that needle. But just thank you. This was a big campaign promise for me. Y'all made me look good. I know it was one for Commissioner Lau. And so just thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Carter and Commissioner Lau.
Thanks. I just want to share some of Commissioner Burns's enthusiasm. I agree with her. I believe also that these 3 programs that Janine, you, and Lee, and Contest and Ben have been able to pull off successfully this year are some of the most important programs we've done and are doing. And just really want to thank you. I see a little bit of tiredness in your eyes. I know it's been really hard. And I'm grateful to you. I wanted to express that. I also hope that we can continue to mine that data. It's really cool how you're doing that. And the data that you presented today is really important, I think, as we think about what our priorities are. And I'm grateful to you and the Board of Social Services for the thoughtful approach to this and for your work that I know you're going to put into it to making it even better and expanding access to it. So thank you all so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Carter and Burns. And I think there's definitely some modifications we will bring forward to the board to look at making this program a little more, reachable, I think, for some folks. Because I think there is there are some challenges with how the current eligibility is set up. And we look forward to getting feedback from the advocates as well, too, to hear about how we can make it a little more accessible. And I think COVID did play a little part in this, too. And I think we can, if we continue on this good track with COVID, hopefully we can do more street outreach, I think, to help get the word out more as well, too. So I know there's other hands up. So Commissioner Allo.
Thank you so much. See, I need to get faster with my reflexes of raising my hand because Commissioner Burns and Carter are doing so many things I wanted to say. But I want to first start with thank you so much, Director Rose, with your leadership on this project. And I think it really goes to show, like, as Commissioner Burns and Carter mentioned, like, we can see the exhaustion in all of your eyes, but I know having a leader that truly takes the time to recognize the individual contributions of each team member really goes a long way and is really beneficial. So I really appreciate that. And I'm very excited to see the success of this program and really grateful for the level and intent that you guys put into it in making sure that, there were past programs of trying to provide relief to our residents that may not have panned out the way that we had hoped they would have, but learning from those challenges and making sure that we made that actual investment in community outreach so that the people that this program was directed for received communication that this program was available, because we could put all the money aside, but if we don't have people applying, it doesn't really make a difference. So that community outreach piece, I think, also helps us as a county government as a whole build trust with the community for their education and knowing that the county is here to provide services and serve them in any way possible. So just thank you all so much for all of the time and dedication you've put into this project. It's really great to see how it's grown.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Jacobs.
All right, well, I just wanted to again, echo everyone's comments and to really thank all of our DSS staff who have made this possible in partnership with Dwayne and his team, because it really has been a team effort. I know that we have been surprised that the applications weren't more. And just to let you all know, the DSS board extending it for another month really paid off. I don't know if maybe Janine and Lee, you could mention, we did get a lot more applications by extending it to the end of January. So I would be interested in knowing, one of the many things that you all are going to look at is, I know that part of the process was when people came in to apply, we also helped them understand if they were eligible for some of the other state programs. So it would be interesting to know how many people also actually got diverted to the state programs that weren't part of the state programs. Because I know our process was looking at which was going to benefit people the most. So, and in a lot of cases, I think the state programs were even more helpful than our program. So maybe if you could comment a little bit on that. And then lastly, I think for all of you, it's going to be important that you bring us the recommendation for how much we should allocate for this program for the next year that makes sense, because we don't want to fund the program. I mean, right now we do have $750,000 allocated. It does need to be realistic in terms of how much we think we can grow it in the next year and set aside the amount of funding that is appropriate based on what you all predict we can do, and knowing that we will keep trying to increase it year over year. But anyway, if you could just give us any insight on how many people may have been referred to the statewide programs as well.
And I may have Dwayne also to share a little bit on that. And I will bring some context too about what's the right number to budget. If you may recall last year when we moved forward with this initiative, we had a couple of checkpoints that we were going to update the board. And if we needed more money, we would ask the board at that time for additional support for the program. And so as we think about the budget for next year, we may leave it at this level because we'll have a full year of activity, and depending upon what the amount is, or if there are changes to the parameters. But the good thing is that we can always go back and ask the board for adjustments, as we've done in other programming as well. The policy document that's also accompanies the slide will give context about other programs and opportunities that our taxpayers have to support them with their tax relief. And but I'll now let Ben or Janine weigh in on the other question Commissioner Jacobs had.
Contessa, do you have that information readily available?
Certainly, good afternoon or morning, not sure. Good morning. So wanted to just share that we did divert 2 families over to the state program. However, the denials were from families or homeowners that had already been approved for those other programs. So, they had already took advantage of the greater benefit from the other exemptions or state programs.
And so what we'll do is follow up with more details on that one. And so the board will know of the ones that applied, what percentage were already receiving the other state programs, because again, those are great facts to help us determine how we do next time. The other piece that we will do is, as I'm sure Ben and his team always does, we'll benchmark what other communities are doing. You know, Mecklenburg has been in this a little bit longer, and we can see what their patterns look like. I think, although last year was maybe their second or third year doing it, and their budget was close to 250,000, I believe, of actual expenses. And so we'll benefit too from seeing what their patterns look like. And we have different demographic profiles, but we will use all those factors, I'm sure DSS will, in determining what the recommendation should look like going forward. And Commissioner Howerton had a question.
I can get my mute turned off. So thank you. So there are just a couple of things. I think most things have been mentioned, but I do want to just, I don't want us to forget that not acknowledging Dwayne and the tax department for attempting to start this program earlier. And it wouldn't go through the tax department. And then we were able to contact Mecklenburg County to see that they had already started it and was able to do it from that preview. And, the DSS department, I really want to acknowledge you for taking it on and really doing some incredible work. So Ben and all of your team, thank you so much. The question that I have is, with the number of programs that we have, not just this one, I'd like to know if we can find out how many of our citizens are involved in any of those programs, because we have several others that our citizens can apply for. We've got this one, and this one is great. And we still have citizens that are really having a hard time with housing. So if we can get some kind of information about what are the other programs as well, and how many of our citizens are participating overall, would be, I would like to know that, if there's any way you can get that information.
Yes, ma'am. That for the tax, Dwayne can definitely provide the information about the other exemptions. We showed the financial impact of it in one of the slides that Keith had. And but we can actually we can send that out quickly with the participants in the other tax relief initiatives, and Dwayne can weigh in on that as well.
Thank you.
And I can give you a rough estimate. We're getting the numbers pulled right now, but where did we? Okay, all right. Trying to figure out what happened there. So approximately with homestead exemption, and you might remember homestead gives people half of their tax value as an exemption, as a full exemption, never needs to be paid back. I want to say we have around 1,900 homestead applicants who are participating in that program, and I will follow up with exact numbers. The circuit breaker, you might remember the LIHR program, it's kind of framed around the circuit breaker as well, because that is an income-based program. And it also, unlike the LIHR program, the circuit breaker is a deferment program. So that's be up to 3 years back upon a disqualifying event. Circuit breaker is not popular because it is a deferral program. I want to say we have around 22, 25 applicants countywide who participate in the circuit breaker program. And then of course you have the disabled veteran as well, very limited number of disabled veteran. So, upwards of, outside of the LIHR program, probably around 2,000 people participating in the other three. Now, as I mentioned in the briefing document for the board, it's also part of this agenda. Throughout the statutes for property tax, there are approximately 80 some different kinds of exemptions that are available to taxpayers, businesses, government entities, nonprofits, et cetera, so on. So we're just focusing on a small set that most of our community members would be interested in. But we're looking at around 2,000 for those 3 programs.
Dwayne, do you have any idea why there's such a shortage of veterans that are participating? Any data around that?
No, when I started in local governments, I started with Onslow County, which is home to Camp Lejeune, and you have a tremendous number of veterans in that population. I just off the cuff, I'd argue it's probably tied to the population here. We are fairly removed from military bases, and to qualify for that program, you have to be honorably discharged, and of course, you have to be living in the county that you apply for. So the population that may meet those requirements is probably limited as well when you compare it to Cumberland, when you compare it to Goldsboro, where the Air Force Base is, and Onslow, where Camp Lejeune is. It's probably tied to the qualifying population.
Okay. Thank you for that information.
Absolutely.
And to just comment, Commissioner Howerton, on the utilization of the programs, I do aspire to have hair like Dwayne one day. I would like to say that. That's my goal. But that aside, one thing that I think we saw with the emergency rental assistance was, in terms of utilization, was how quick the money actually went. And it put us into a place where we are actually engaging with a potential consultant to look at what we need to do as a DSS agency. We're looking internally. We're not looking at this as a community-wide perspective, but an internal kind of a look in the mirror, take an inventory of where we are with what we do with housing services, and what are maybe some best practices and/or different methods of looking at housing, because it's such a need. I think that is I'm talking to the choir there. The housing issue in Durham, like many areas, is just such a serious situation, and we want to really take stock of where we need to go over the next 5 years as a DSS agency in that area as well too. We have a lot of programs. We have our eviction diversion program. We have our opening doors program. We've just closed down emergency rental assistance, and shifting, once we close that program out, shifting those funds to eviction diversion. Are there ways to strengthen, the programs we have, and what can we do more for, building capacity too? That's part of the challenge and issue, which is not something we're really good at in DSS. So that's why we're really wanting to look at the consultant there, and kind of just take a hard look at where we need to go over the next few years, because this is an issue that's not going away, and it's one that we understand is very sensitive, and we need to really make sure we have a good path going forward. So that's one, and when I say a consultant, I'm talking about a true expert in the housing field, and that's what we may be doing this summer. And we'll be talking to the DSS board a little bit more about that later in the next couple of months as well too. So that gives us perspective.
Yeah, thank you, Ben, because one of the things that listening to the mayor and being involved in some of the meetings that she's been having, one of the biggest issues for some of our citizens is around housing. Mm-hmm. And I know that that's primarily a city function, but if there are things that we from the county perspective can do, I'd be interested, especially with the road that you're taking, that if there's something that we can do that won't take away from the services that we provide. But housing is one of the main issues that's happening in Durham.
Right. And it is a city function, but yet look at all that we do just in DSS, coordinated entry, coordinated intake, the programs that I mentioned that we do, we are really involved in it, to the point maybe that we need to even take a look at that. Is there a better way to do that? That's DSS related or not DSS related or community agency related, and what are the true needs? So I think that's really where we wanted to go with that. I think ERAP kind of opened our eyes to that a little bit too. But this program, I think, is definitely fits within the DSS model for sure. You know, although I'm still a little confused about how Mecklenburg does it, honestly. Dwayne and I have had those side conversations. I'm still a little confused about how their DSS is involved with it because I get mixed messages. But, you know, I think we don't have any problem with that. And we definitely are going to be making some formal recommendations next month to the DSS board. And I appreciate County Manager Hager's, you know, noting as well too about trying to figure out the budget part, because that's still, you know, it was good we had it this year, and you know, in the budget world, you always like to underspend. You know, that sounds great and wonderful, but yet at the same time, we want to make sure we're helping as many as we can. So, I'm sorry, Commissioner Jay has her hand.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to follow up on what Commissioner Howerton just said about housing, because, you know, we've been talking a lot about this at the DSS board. We could take all of our ARPA money and put it towards rental assistance, and we still wouldn't solve the housing problem that we have. And so we've been talking a lot at DSS. You know, we're lucky we have Contessa, Lee, Janine. We have so many people now who are really understand the reality of the issues around housing. And I know we're going to talk about this later in our agenda today, but I can say personally for me as a county commissioner, it's become apparent to me that we can't solve any of the problems that we have in our community if people don't have safe and secure and stable housing first. So we have to come up with a different approach. We've got to figure out systemic approaches and real investments that are really going to make a difference, and not patching holes and putting on Band-Aids. So I really hope that we can talk about this more later on in the retreat and just as we go through the budget process today. And I look forward to all of your insights, all of you, our staff, who've been working so hard on this over the past 2 years.
We've used the Band-Aid on the severed artery analogy quite a bit, and that's what it feels like sometimes. That's what ERAP felt like a little bit too. But I think that's a good approach, and we see the housing issue leak over into child protective services and adult protective services. We deal with that on that side as well too. There are underlying conditions, there are underlying situations, but probably in 30% of our CPS cases, housing is an issue or a concern. I've told the story. I'll be really quick because I know we're pushing for time. But when I first came to Durham, I went in on an after hours report, a CPS report. I wanted to go out with our after hours worker to see how they operated in the field, and the report dealt with a rental house that had sewage backing up into it. And when I got to the house, I learned, I think the rent, this was 4 years ago, the rent was $900 a month. And I looked at that, I walked into that house and I was like, you're paying $900 a month for this? Holy, I mean, it was unbelievable. And that's the issue. And that was a lot of money. That's a lot of money to anyone, especially to this family. And then they were dealing with backed up sewage and just some of the worst living conditions. So it's a human rights issue to me as well too. We should not have our citizens living in such horrible conditions. How can we get that infrastructure in place? I think it will be a big conversation for the future. So thank you for acknowledging that.
Yeah. Great.
I'll make one more quick comment if I can. I know about 3 years ago, the board, we've explored several iterations of this, and the board passionately said, got to find a way to make this work. But I also want to express my gratitude for Manager Hager, because she also said the same thing. You know, she was the general manager at that time, and she said, we've got to find a way to make this work. And we did. So I wanted to also give her some credit for this, because she was a fundamental and important part of development of this as well.
Indeed.
It's teamwork. We
as it makes the dream work.
It makes the dream work. And I can say we have been a leader in the state in this space.
Yes.
we always try to get to yes in the confinements of the parameters of the rules. And we appreciate the board's trust in us that we would get there. Sometimes it was faster than others, some a little bit slower, but we still did it in a way that helped build an infrastructure for the community longer term. Thank you, Ben, Janine, Contessa, and Lee for your tireless efforts, and the rest of the super rock stars in DSS and others, because this is taxed as well for this. I can't say that enough. They do such great work in so many different areas, and to uplift 2 new programs from scratch is incredible. And so again, thank you. We're at a point in our agenda, miraculously, I'm sorry, Commissioner Barnes.
Right. Well, no, I saw that Commissioner Jacobs did say 3, you said 2, but I wanted to throw something out there. And I'm trying to give my flowers because we've given them to the staff. We really have. And of course, Claudia, I always give them to you. But I do want to take time to give flowers to 2 more sets of people. Number one, the first 2 times, I know how hard Dwayne worked. I know that Commissioner Long talked with him. The first 2 times that I talked to Mecklenburg County, Lowell Sala was on the phone with me, so that I could understand that tax program. So I do want to lift up his name, because even when we started on this, we did get to talk to Dwayne. He talked to him as well, but it was our county attorney the first 2 or 3 times when I talked to Mecklenburg County about it. He was on the phone and he would call me late at night and say, well, Naima, I think they're going to be, they can explain it to you tomorrow. The other group I want to take some time to give flowers to, because I don't want us to beat ourselves up over housing. Like, we're going to do that, right? We're going to do that. But I think Commissioner Howerton, Commissioner Jacobs, and Commissioner Carter need to take stock in the fact that when it came time to build some affordable housing, y'all voted to build it, right? Like during the Christmas parade, we riding in the rain and Commissioner Jacobs says, now I look, and I look over across her, and that's the affordable housing that we're building, right? Like that, we can vote on something tomorrow, but it takes time to build. And I want the community to know that, like, we had a board before I got here and a staff before I got here that recognized we can't just rely on the city to do this, and they took steps to do it. So I know that it's hard on all of us now, but I really want us to take stock in the fact that, like, collectively, there's been enough synergy around this issue. And now look at what Durham Tech is doing with 124 more. So we're gonna take some licks, but I want y'all to, like, we're doing the work. We've been doing the work. And even if we were to vote on housing tomorrow, it still has to be built. And just take stock in the fact that we're going in the right direction. And maybe when we're getting some of the hits, recognize you've done the right thing for like the past couple of years. So to the other commissioners and the Lowell Sala who have kind of sort of also set some decent ground for us to walk on, I just want to say thank you. Now I'm gonna yell at y'all later, but I'm gonna give y'all thank you now.
I'm gonna send it to the back room.
Well, commissioners, we are at the point in time we were going to talk about economic demographic trends. All of that information is in your link. This was a place that we knew if we had enough time, we would go over it, but we're 7 minutes before it's time for us to get a break. Keith, you can just show what that initial slide looks like. You did receive this as a part of pre-information. If you look at it, there's some compelling trends in there, some that are areas of focus that I know are priorities to the board. Again, we won't go into them right now because of the time, but would welcome any conversation if you did want to talk about it, or just gauge if you're fine if we go ahead and we transition to our lunch, since it's only 7 minutes.
You go to lower.
Manager Hager, can I make
Where's Peter? We go to lunch.
Commissioner.
Whatever you wish. David, did you have something?
I just wanted to make sure as Manager Hager mentioned, all of these are in the on the agenda link that you received from our great clerk, Monica. And as well, one of the challenges this year was everything we try to do is try to capture the most relevant and current information. When you're looking for sourced data, it became really hard to capture the last 2 years. We all know the last 2 years is quite different for some of these metrics: poverty, children in poverty, food insecurity and stuff. So just know that some of these slides are you're seeing trends that may not be necessarily what we may see 2 years from now. But there are some slides that have updated. Mary Oxendine did a great slide on food pantry. So take a look at those. If you had any questions, let us in the budget office know, and we'll do our best to search more data and get more updates for you. Thank you.
And Commissioner Jacobs had her hand.
Yeah, I just really wanted to thank the budget staff for all of your great information. And it prompted me, because I don't know if everybody knows this, but when you look at the slides, the links are hot. So you can actually go directly to the managing for results, performance measures, and all that stuff, which I went down a rabbit hole last night looking at all of it. But I just wanted to point out the great information that is there and make a plea, maybe when we later on, to figure out how do we get this, again, this information out more public facing for the community, because it's still hard to find. And I looked at the strategic plan performance measures, and a lot of those haven't been updated in 2 years, and then some of them aren't there. But just again, this is something I know our board has been talking about for years. Commissioner Howerton will know this, and Commissioner Carter. But as we think about this year's budget, do we need to really allocate resources to get some of the information? How do we get it out more readily available to the community, and all that? But I just really appreciate all the information that you do have for us, David, Keith, and all of your staff. And
Can
also,
can I tell you, Commissioner Jacobs?
yes,
Is put some money in Deborah's budget. So
whatever we need to do, but it's just important. And so, and I guess I just wanted to ask you all, Keith and David, was there anything that you really wanted to hone in on us other than those amazing memes that you come up with, Keith? I really appreciate it on your earlier slide with Ramesses saying, you think one plague is bad. I mean, humor goes a long way, but I really think that I appreciate the power of humor.
There's a Commissioner, there are a few slides around food security and child poverty that are interesting to look at if you're going to focus on some. So when you all get a chance during lunch, feel free to bring them up, look at them, and then ask some questions of Claudia and David and whomever after that, if you so choose.
And we will also, I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, and also I think that's another reason going back to look at the performance measures, because we think things look bad, but the poverty rate has gotten better. Our unemployment rate has gotten better. We're actually doing better, even though we have a long way to go. And so getting the perspective of the trends is really helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, and you will see us integrate some of this data into some of our policy conversations, especially around affordable housing and other areas. As y'all know, for many of us, we are data geeks. And so we're often looking at this information. And one question came up that Keith had, which triggered about 10 other questions, and we farmed out all these other things. But it's that kind of iterative discussion that will allow us to share with the board the context of how we are changing over time and those relationships to other area. Affordable housing is a great one. Again, we didn't have enough time to talk about it. We will have a policy conversation in April or May about affordable housing and getting board guidance on that even further. But anyhow, that section is most intriguing and exciting, and it often leads to more questions, but that's what it's supposed to do. I know that Commissioner Carter, I believe you had your hand up. Or maybe
Data does have a way of doing that, doesn't it? Really just, well, why is that number the way it is? And anyway, one thing I thought was really interesting among that slide deck was the property tax trend that showed that we're relying less on tax revenue from businesses. I think I'm saying that right. The economic trends and the 10 largest taxpayers, and there seems to be much less dependence on the top 10 companies' property taxes compared to how much we're depending, I guess, on residential property taxes. And I don't know, I was just surprised by that with all the new businesses we're recruiting. And maybe it's more of a result of the fact that our personal tax values are increasing. So that therefore it's taking up a larger percentage. Anyway, I just was surprised by that and wanted to mention it.
I think Commissioner Carter, and none of us are economics professors here, but part of it is that we're shifting away from manufacturing, even when it was drug related in 2012, and we're more of an intelligence-centered community now, and it's harder to tax that. You might have office buildings, but you don't have buildings full of expensive equipment that used to be able to be taxed, and those sorts of things. So there's a fundamental changing of the property tax base that's happening that you've noticed in there.
Okay, well that's really makes sense. Thanks.
And Dwayne will correct this too, but one of the things that you see in this is also the growth in RTP and the change in RTP that is happening over the last couple of years, to where they're developing that new concept for an RTP that will, I would assume, offset some of the maybe industrial decrease.
Okay,
Yeah,
I see two quick ones. All right.
Go ahead.
Dwayne and then Jay.
So this slide, it is total assessed valuation. It's not just business personal property. It includes real property as well. And one reason this slide is important, and Susan can correct me if I'm wrong here as well, but when you look at the top 10 taxpayers, you don't want to be vulnerable to your top 10 taxpayers. You don't want your top 10 taxpayers to represent 25% of your tax base, because what happens when one of them goes out of business and you can't collect the taxes, right? That makes your tax base incredibly vulnerable. So moving from 8.46% to 4.88% in your top 10 of total valuation, that means that we are more diversified as a tax base. We're not vulnerable to any one or any 10 taxpayer, which is an incredibly good sign.
And Dwayne is correct. And we also, we like to show that trend when we go to rating agencies to show that we are not dependent.
All right, and Jay, I saw your hand and we'll wrap up.
Yes, Manager, thank you. Commissioner Carter and other commissioners, just to tag on to the point, you'll recall many of the ventures we're seeing are life science. Some do have manufacturing, but they're different in nature. Many of them are more early stage companies, and so we're nurturing companies and seeing them grow, which, as others have said, spreads out the burden. It's not necessarily a lower overall percent from commercial, as much as it may be just we don't have as many elephants, if you will. And a good example of that is a little beyond these slides, but if you go back 20 years, you'd see Nortel probably as one of the largest taxpayers out there at the time, and the huge site they had. That site is now being repurposed, and there are multiple companies out there, Grail being one you may remember that we worked with within the last couple of years, doing some very innovative things in cancer and life science, and others, and that site's being repurposed just as Research Triangle Foundation, Scott Levitan, and his team are repurposing some of the old IBM site into the Frontier and the box yard and things of that nature. So I don't know if it's so much of a fundamental shift from residential commercial as much as a disaggregation, which is really good, as Dwayne said, that we're not so dependent on just one large or two large employers.
Thanks, everybody. Those are great points for us to consider. Thank you.
Wonderful. Well, we're at the point of lunchtime and having a break, and we will come back at 12:34. Give everyone their 30 minutes. Is that okay? Well, we will see you shortly. Thank you.
Hear ye, hear ye.
That 30 minutes went by fast.
It sure did. I was waiting for my lunch, but it never came.
Yeah.
Mine never did. I didn't get mine cooked.
So I had to make something.
I kept looking for like a virtual buffet like we've had in the past years with these. I never did see it appear.
Yeah, how does that work?
I think, Peter, that's like the old thing about a wish sandwich, you know, where you had 2 slices of bread and wish you had something to go between them.
No, you put mayonnaise between it.
There you go. That was the best.
A mayonnaise sandwich. Y'all don't remember that, huh?
Oh, I do. The staple of you.
The struggle was real. Day old bread was your hot dog bun. It made your grilled cheese. It was your hamburger bun. It was the Swiss Army knife of foods.
Yes, indeed. Most folks don't remember that, don't know nothing about that.
It looks like
we all here.
It looks like we're all here. I saw Commissioner Alum, and she may have cut her camera off for a moment.
Okay.
We'll wait another minute. Okay, good afternoon. Great to see everyone came back. We have a great lineup of policy updates this afternoon, and we will start off with some policy conversation around our stormwater fund and fees as it relates to our state requirements with the Jordan Lake and Falls Lake rules. And we will then follow that with a conversation about the sequential intercept map. And after that, we will have a break and then some more discussion. So I will pass the baton to Jay and to Ryan, as well as, and I did not get everyone's, let me see, Mackenzie as well. It's sometimes hard seeing all the faces once the PowerPoint comes up. So thank you all, and y'all will walk us through things.
Thank you, Manager, and good afternoon, Commissioners and Peter and colleagues. We're glad to be here today. As Manager Hager just indicated, first, I want to give a lot of credit to Ryan and Mackenzie, and then also our financial consultant from Raftellus, Katie Cromwell, who has been with us throughout this journey as we've created a utility effectively from scratch and then stood it up, as you may recall, for FY21 a little sooner than originally anticipated, which again, a lot of credit to Ryan and Mackenzie and Katie, but also Dwayne was instrumental. I want to recognize Susan Tezai and Claudia, who have helped us immensely making sure our finances were in good order coming out of the gate. Many of these enterprise funds, particularly in stormwater, struggle in their early years. They do not get off on a good footing, and it creates some very difficult public conversations. And so while we do have and are going to request some policy guidance from you today, due to Claudia's sage guidance to us and to Susan's tight fiscal acumen, we've been able to come out of the gate much stronger than many enterprises like this, albeit not where we need to be. So that'll sort of be the gist of today's conversation. You may recall we started the enterprise fund at a lower than recommended rate for the rate structure, and at 1/3 of what was recommended. That was to try and give some time of adjustment. And then we continued that in the current fiscal year, recognizing the impacts of COVID having on so many in the community. As we now emerge from that, we believe that, coupled with the timing of many things that Ryan and Mackenzie will cover for us today, make it imperative we begin looking down the road and start considering adjustments as a matter of policy. And those will be the areas we'll ask you to focus on today. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Ryan to have other comments and begin guiding us through the process.
Thanks, Jay, and thank you, commissioners, for allowing us to talk through this issue and get some guidance from you as we kind of chart a path forward for our stormwater utility and really our stormwater program overall with the county as we do our best to comply with the unfunded mandates of both the Jordan rules and the Falls Lake rules, which I'll talk a little bit more about here in a second. Like I said, we're going to go through just a little bit of background and history. This will be a lot of what you've previously heard, and some of you may not have heard. I know we have new commissioners since our previous, or since this was adopted, and so we want to make sure they're largely up to speed. Talk a little bit about what we're proposing for the budget for FY23, and then a little more about the path forward as we, again, move towards implementing the actions that are necessary for us to comply with these rules. And then obviously we'll take all your questions. I'm happy to discuss more with you. Next slide, please, David. So just a reminder of what we're talking about. The county sits on really 3 watersheds that have nutrient management rules. Watersheds are areas of land that the water, when it hits the ground, it flows to. In our case, it is Falls Lake, Jordan Lake, and the Neuse River. And so the county is tasked with addressing nutrients in all of those watersheds. And there's obviously a cost associated with those. Fortunately, the Neuse River rules, there are no new costs. We're already implementing those activities. We've been implementing them for a number of years now, and we don't expect a new cost. But with the Falls Lake rules, and the Falls Lake watershed in the county is the area in yellow, we have a slightly lower cost in stage 1, and I'd be remiss if I didn't mention both the Falls Lake and Jordan Lake rules are staged, have a staged implementation. But with stage 1, we're participating along with the other members of the Upper Neuse River Basin Association in what's called the Interim Alternative Implementation Approach. And I won't ask you to remember that IIA. That's going to cost us, it's actually $133,300 over the next 4 years that the county is committed to this financial approach to water quality improvement. Stage 2 is where it gets expensive. And you can see here, our estimates are about $67 million over the 15 years or so between 2026 and 2041. The Jordan Lake rules, similarly, 2 stages approach. We're already implementing stage 1. It deals with existing development or new development. Those rules and even stage 2 of the cost of about $6 million are currently on hold by the legislature. They're being evaluated by both the legislature as well as the Department of Environmental Quality and other stakeholders in the watershed. But we expect that they could come online again as early as 2023. And so we want to be prepared for those financially. And again, we're looking at a cost of $6 million. Next slide, David. Or whoever has control. I just want to remind you of, as we look to implement activities for our compliance, we developed some guiding principles for our stormwater program. These are the 4 that we seek to meet with all of our activities, especially those for compliance with the rules. Obviously, rules compliance being a dominant one. We aren't going to get anywhere if we don't comply with the rules. Efficiency, we know these aren't our dollars to spend. These are the dollars that ratepayers are paying, who pay the utility. And so we want to make sure that we're as efficient with those dollars as we can be, that we get the best bang for our buck. Resiliency, we recognize that climate change is is something that we cannot deny, and we know that there are effects of flooding and other concerns across the county. And so when we can, we want to address those issues along with water quality. And then finally, environmental justice. Where possible, we're trying to prioritize our projects in underserved areas and with those populations where we can help improve watershed health. Next slide, please. So Jay mentioned a lot of this, but just a reminder about our stormwater utility fee. We implemented in fiscal year 21. In the first fiscal year, we billed approximately 15,000 parcels across the county, and this is only in the unincorporated portion of the county. It does not include parcels inside city limits. As Jay mentioned, it was reduced to a 1/3 of the proposed rate and the necessary rate to meet our compliance goals. But it was able to get us off the ground, fund some of our staffing that we needed in order to continue moving forward and some of the activities that we've continued working on. That initial rate is $24 per ERU per year. It's an annual bill, and an ERU is an equivalent residential unit. Our consultant team measured basically all of the amount of impervious surface on all the parcels, all those roughly 15,000 parcels in the county. Impervious surface is hard surfaces that do not allow water to penetrate the ground, and came up with an average amount on a residential property. And that's how we defined what an ERU is for the county. It's approximately 4,300 square feet. This bill is, and this fee is billed on our property tax bill. So that's how, property owners receive that bill. It's just added on to their property taxes. And then when they pay their tax bill, they pay their stormwater utility fee. And as Jay mentioned, we did not raise rates in fiscal year 22 in continuing to be mindful of any economic impacts of the COVID pandemic. Next slide, please. So just another picture of what this looks like for our property owners in Durham County. As I mentioned, an ERU is 4,300 square feet with a $24 per ERU per year amount due. The residential rate structure is tiered. So smaller families, smaller homes, smaller amount of impervious surface, they pay less. They actually pay a half of an ERU, so $12. Tier 2 is $24. That's up to 6,000 square feet of impervious area. And then tier 3 are those that are greater than 6,000 square feet. Just to continue to make sure you understand what impervious surface we're talking about and what we actually measure. The impervious surface on most residential properties is going to include, most of them, it's going to be basically the roof and your driveway. If you have other things like a pool or other patios or things like that, those would also be included. But that's what it looks like on a residential property. And then for non-single family residential, so all other properties, commercial properties, industrial properties, and things like that, they're charged based on the total number of ERUs on their property. So we have measured the amount of impervious surface on their property and divided that by 4,300 to get the number of ERUs, and then that is multiplied by $24. Next slide, please. So what we're going to talk about today is obviously the 22-23 budget. And so we're going to have a little more discussion about where we feel like we need to go with utility rate and then some of the next steps with our program. Next slide, please. Oh, skipped one. All right, thank you. So as I showed you earlier, the Falls Lake and Jordan Lake rules are staged rules. And that stage 2 of Falls Lake really is where the dollars come in, the amount that the county will need to spend to fund the activities that are required under the rules. So you can see that over the next few years, our costs are gradually increasing until we hit fiscal year 26, when there's a significant jump in the dollars needed to comply with the rules. Next slide, please. And so along with those costs, we've worked with Katie and the other members of our consultant team with Raptelis they've modeled and shown what rates would be needed by the county in order to actually meet those and collect the amount of fees we would need to meet the compliance cost. And you can see there's sort of a gradual increase over the next few years. And then we hit FY26 and we're talking about, $163 per ERU. Reminder that we're currently at $24 per ERU, which you'll see on the next slide, the kind of impact of that. So here on the slide or the chart on your left, you'll see where if we held our rates steady, we're going to come nowhere near to meeting the capital and the funds necessary to meet the rules. You'll see what that would do to our fund balance within the division and within our enterprise fund. Next slide. So what we are proposing is that we initially in fiscal year 23, we raise our rates to $48 per ERU from $24 per ERU. And then we have gradual increases over the next few years so as to help prevent any kind of rate shock when stage 2 of Fall's rules begins in 2026. You'll notice that we aren't necessarily getting to that $163 by FY26. But part of that is because we want to, one, be as efficient as we can with those dollars that we collect over the next few years with some of the things that we're implementing, and the goal of those being to try to address some of the needs that are required in stage 2 of the Falls rules. And we expect and know that the Upper Neuse River Basin Association is working with the Department of Environmental Quality in a reevaluation of the rules, of the Falls rules particularly. And we expect those dollars to come down, or that amount to come down. We don't know yet for sure that they will come down. We don't know by how much, but we do expect them to come down. So, we propose a rather gradual increase over the next 4 years to get us to a place where we feel more confident that we will have the funds available to make sure the county meets those unfunded mandates. Next slide. And so here, similar chart, you'll see where our current rates are. And again, those are annual rates and what our proposed rate increases are over the next few years. Next slide. So back to that fee structure, and just a reminder of what this would look like, what we're proposing for fiscal year 23. Again, we're proposing to go from $24 to $48 per ERU per year, billed on the tax bill. And so you can see what that does to our tiered rate structure, as well as our non-single family residential property rates. And with that, I know that's been fairly quick, but I feel like we wanted to leave plenty of time for discussion, and we'll take any questions you have.
Commissioner Jacobs.
Thank you. And I have a very basic question. Can you explain? I don't really understand if we're complying with the Jordan Lake rules and the Falls Lake rules, why is the burden for this being put only on the unincorporated areas of the county, since all properties in Durham drain into either of the watersheds, and arguably it's actually city residents that actually use the drinking water, because most county residents are on wells like me. So I guess can you remind me or explain what is the rationale for this, and is the city contributing to what we need to comply with the stage 2?
So all of the municipalities.
I'm sorry, I'm just going to say at a high level, Commissioner, I'll let Ryan handle the details. You may recall the city has a utility already that handles things inside city jurisdiction, and city residents do indeed pay stormwater fees for their property, for those things inside there. And that's why this utility only covers the county. And with that, I'll let Ryan dive more into the details of things.
Okay.
Yeah, so the responsibilities of these nutrient management strategies actually fall on all of the municipalities and counties within the watershed. Each of the watersheds, both to Jordan and Falls. And I'll speak to Falls more specifically, but much of the same things applies to Jordan. So if for Falls, for example, Orange County has an obligation, Town of Hillsborough has an obligation, Butner, Stem, Wake County, Raleigh, all of those areas that flow to, have some water that flows to the Falls Lake have a responsibility for complying with the nutrient management strategies, both phase one or stage 1 and stage 2. And so what we have done, and that includes the city of Durham has their own obligations, and their obligations are significantly higher and significantly more expensive because, like you said, one, they have a significant amount more of impervious area. There's more development inside city limits. And also, like you said, they have more, more drinking water concerns there as well. And they, like Jay said, they have their own stormwater utility with which to fund their compliance. I don't know the number of their compliance, but for example, for when an initial study was done, the estimate for the entirety of the watershed, so all counties, municipalities within the watershed of Falls Lake to comply with stage 2 was on the order of $2 billion. And so the 67 million you see for stage 2 for Durham County is our portion of compliance.
Okay, that's really helpful. I knew there was a reason, and I really couldn't remember. But I think that I guess so one of my responses is that I think this is going to take a lot of explaining to residents, increasing the fee, what is being proposed. I know I've gotten lots of complaints from folks in the northern part of the county, especially from our farmers, about this. And so I do worry about, getting up to the 96 ERUs in 2026. And what does this translate into for, let's say, an average size farm with all of their, buildings that they have on their property. So I think it would be helpful in terms of follow-up information if you could give us an idea of like what the impact is going to be actually, how many farms will be impacted, that type of thing, a rough idea of how many property owners are going to fall into these different categories. But I do think I understand the rationale, but I think that, putting it into context, for instance, the city is doing this, and this is our responsibility in terms of the county residents. But I think the ongoing education and outreach is also going to be critical. And so I guess I just wanted to hear also what you all have been hearing, especially, well, it's been a lot more reduced, but what ideas do you all have about how to get out and talk to the community? And I guess another question is, what are examples of some of the capital projects that have been funded or that will be funded? And can something like the BOCC program, which is putting in BMPs that help with flooding, would that be applicable, or do they have to be only in the unincorporated areas?
Well, Commissioner Jacobs, I think we're going to draft you to help us present this, quite honestly, because you had some great questions and some great understanding. So we may press you into service. I'm going to digress a moment. You asked the question a moment ago about the county areas, and just wanted to mention, as we all know, Research Triangle Park can never be annexed. So that will always be, that was a state law when it was created, part of their charter. Obviously, that is redeveloping into what we might call an urban setting, or transitioning from a campus or suburban academic setting into a much more of an urban setting, if you will. And so that's going to be an area that the county is going to be called on in the Jordan Basin to deal with. And so, you know, there's that. We really have that. And then we also have, as you noted, the more pastoral areas in the north. We've, as we've indicated from the start, built in sort of, and we'll definitely follow up with more information at a high level. We baked in a discount for agriculture from the beginning, in that rather than treat them as commercial as some areas do, they were treated at the lowest tier of residential. So that's how they're being charged. So it is kind of a baked in discount for, you know, some of the property there, but we'll get you much more detailed information, you and the other commissioners. And, you know, I'll let Ryan address the engagement, but the CAP projects, we are definitely going to bring something forward, and Ryan will give us more detail on that as well. I'd say on the BOCC program, a couple of things. One, it is, as you noted, doing a lot in the city. So that sort of restricts where we can spend our funding, since it is from outside the city, it's county jurisdiction only. We feel that could be a point of compliance issue. Number two is that a few years ago, and you may recall this because I know you have a very long history of environmental stewardship and engagement in these matters, is that the BOCC program sought to try and partner with city stormwater, and they were unable to make that arrangement work, in part because of data collection and because of constructability standards and construction standards and things. So there are some, I guess you'd say, hurdles there that will have to be addressed. I would also be remiss not to point out, even that said, while that may not be an option, just recently, I want to commend Ryan. He reached out to Eddie. Eddie mentioned to me some challenges they were having with the Hydrilla program, which is a partnership with water quality folks at the state. And Ryan has reached out to engage the utility in that. And so the utility is actually going to assume or provide some funding for the Hydrilla, which is a program between the Soil and Water District and that. So the utility is definitely engaging in things in that space. We're just having to be very thoughtful to make sure we retain compliance, and that whatever we do, we can get some demonstrable credits for, because that's the whole reason we undertook this, was to be able to, as you know from your involvement at UNRBA, that there's a very, I guess, rigorous, maybe even rigid framework, one could say, to being able to claim credits for things from the state for this. So with that, I'll again, we're glad, if you're looking another part-time job, we're glad to have you. But Ryan may want to offer some other commentary here.
Yeah, I'll just add a couple of things, and thank you for your comments. We're well aware and know that the you know, this increase will have an impact on people, and that it needs to come with some education. We have our planning for that now. We still engage with our consultant team for a couple of things, including that education and outreach. When the utility was implemented, you know, unfortunately, we had I believe 5 or 6 different events planned, in-person events planned for, you know, across the county, including Northern Durham, and we still were able to do a few of those before the pandemic really ramped up, including meeting with the farm board and I'm drawing a blank on the Farm Bureau about this, and so, you know, we know and are planning for hopefully some more in-person education and outreach on this, you know, this on both, you know, the utility itself and also what we plan to do, you know, do with those funds. And I believe that was one of your other questions, was, you know, some of the examples of things that we'll be spending this money on. We're currently in the process of selecting our first round of projects, or identifying those first round of projects, and we should be bringing those to you within, I would say, 4 or 5 months is the goal. to help you or have you kind of give us further guidance on where you want to see those dollars spent, keeping in mind those guiding principles that we identified. We've worked with our consultant team to develop a selection rubric to kind of score out our projects, and then be able to identify which ones we want to proceed with. And so we've got about 5 or 6 right now that we're working through that process. And again, we'll be bringing those to you in the next few months. As Jay said, I did want to remind and point out again that for agricultural communities, we did and were mindful of the impacts this would have on them and those properties. Like Jay said, for any agricultural property that has a residence on the property, it was treated as a residential property and therefore included in the residential tier structure. So, in that case, the maximum they would pay would be $48 a year. And then under this, new proposed structure for fiscal year 23, the maximum they would pay would be $96 per year. If they had a residence on the property, and I believe a large portion of them do. I don't have the statistics on, at hand to tell you exactly how many of that would be, but I'm sure we can do some digging and get those numbers for you. But yes, we know and plan to be very active in the education and outreach space. If you'll remember as well, we do have hopefully coming on in the next few months with the environmental enhancement grant that we received. We're going to be bringing on a student intern from NC Central to help with our education and outreach. That they're really going to be helping us augment that part of our program. And so, that will be an area we hope to put them to use as well. And particularly focusing on some of our lower income and minority communities. But, we will use them and some of the, other methods we can devise from working with our consultant team to try to be as aggressive as we can, help people understand, what this money is for, how it will be used. And then, not only as we, continue to collect fees, but then after we spend them, our goal is to make our, the things that we implement, we want those to be educational as well, where we can.
And this is Susan. I just wanted to add to this that this is, just to reiterate for all those on the call, that this is a proprietary fund, which means that it must be self-supporting and self-sustaining as a proprietary fund through its fee structure. So I'm not an expert on what that fee should be, but it cannot be funded, supplanted through governmental funds. And the other proprietary fund we have, you can't exchange funds between proprietary funds because they're for different uses, different purposes. So whatever happens, the fee structure needs to be able to sustain the fund and the purpose of the fund.
And commissioners, I think there was a question too from Vice Chair Jacobs on capital projects. We are indeed working very diligently on some information there, and that is another feather in Ryan and Mackenzie's hat, along with the WK Dixon team that's been working with Raftelis and our folks, in that we'll soon be bringing forward some conversations on that. That's very important to us because we understand that as a community, the community values the environment, and it's very important they see the benefit of any fee they're paying, any cost they're paying. We want there to be a very clear and demonstrable benefit and a clear line of sight for the community to that end.
Commissioner Carter has a hand up.
Yes, thank you. And thanks for this presentation. Great work as always. Our team does great work and really appreciate the approach that you're taking with this. And I like everything you just said, Jay, about needing to be able to demonstrate that we're spending the money in ways that our community values and understands. And Ryan, Mackenzie, thanks so much for the work that you did do as much as you could in person. Initially meeting with the farmers through the board and also the Farm Bureau. I know they really appreciated that, and I think it really helped. So one question I have is, have you all considered a different rate of rate increase? Do you have multiple models you're considering, or is this really the one that you want us to consider? Just one thing that came to my mind right away was, do we want to double it the first year, and then, which is what this is proposing, versus maybe a slower rate of increase the first year? I have no idea, which is preferable, but just wondered what y'all's thought processes have been on that. It seems like residents might prefer not to have it doubled in the first year, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it would buffer against later increases. So just wondering what you all have been thinking about that.
Thank you, Commissioner Carter. Certainly, I'll jump in first, and then certainly Ryan and Mackenzie and Katie are on the call and can help as well. Your second point there is sort of what we're trying to do is by going up in more incremental stages now, avoid a real rate shock later. We've seen some of our peer utilities have to go through that, be it stormwater, water, and sewer in times past. And we don't feel that's really good public policy. I'd make the point, and forgive me, I'll be candid and say my wife owns an insurance agency, so I'm gonna sound like an insurance salesperson here a little bit. So y'all forgive me. When you look at the numbers, absolutely, it is a doubling. If you break it down another way, it's $2 a month increase. $24 over a year is $2 a month. And so it's, when we know at a time, every dollar is important to every family's wallet, we respect that. And that's part of what we're trying to do, is to say, let's keep it to the minimum we can and do it incrementally to mitigate the pain insofar as possible, or any potential pain. Could we kick the can down the road? Possibly, but then that may really create some difficult situations down. With that, I'd like to call
a lot of models, and Katie has developed a very robust financial model for us to look at, and it's certainly, we can consider the rate, any kind of rate change is certainly something we can consider. But as Jay said, and as we've tried to lay out here, we really are trying to prevent significant rate shock when stage 2 of the falls rules kicks in, as well as make sure that we are able to fully fund the things that are necessary for us to comply with the rules. And so another goal while we continue to look at the rates, is for us to consider or to be active in pursuing other grant opportunities, pursuing ARPA funds, pursuing any other loans or things like that we want to we will consider in order to mitigate those raises. But our first look at the rate structure and the potential for its effects on our fund balance and things like that, we felt that this was the best path forward. But we certainly can and will consider other smaller increases initially, or that's certainly not off the table. This is our proposal.
And then my other question is related to the emails we're receiving from residents in the unincorporated parts of East Durham, where developers are proposing developments. And I guess they're also asking for the city to annex their areas, which just and they keep raising the point that these developments are going to have a negative impact on the water quality, which makes sense to me. So my question is related to this distinction between the city's nutrient requirements and our nutrient requirements. And as more incorporated parcels are, as more unincorporated parcels are annexed by the city, do our requirements and thus the dollar amounts go down, and do the cities go up? Or is it set in stone initially and there's no change? I guess that's my question.
So we would expect some change. What I would point to is that the dollar amounts in stage 2 of the particularly of the falls rules, are based on addressing existing development that was in place between the base years for falls rules, particularly of the base years of 2007 to 2012. So basically, we were having to address the nutrient runoff that occurred during those base years.
I see.
Obviously, that changes when those areas become, part of the city, and that's certainly something we will be mindful of. And again, these dollar amounts are modeled based on what the calculations we've done to determine how much we must mitigate over time, and so or over the next 15 years under the rules. And we've seen and expect to see kind of continued changes as the UNRBA continues to evaluate the falls rules, as the Jordan Lake One Water Association continues to work with DEQ on the Jordan rules. It's going to be a bit of a moving target, but we don't want to get caught flat-footed. And so that's one of the reasons we have proposed these rate increases and made them gradual, so that while we expect and hope that the number will come down because of actions we take, as well as the actions of the UNRBA and Jordan Lake One Water and others, that we are able to fund what we need to do to make sure the county is in compliance with the rules.
Thank you for that.
Are there other questions? Commissioner Jacobs.
Great questions, Commissioner Carter. I just wanted to put a plug into our board. First of all, Ryan and I both serve on the Upper Neuse River Basin Association, and he does an amazing job as the treasurer. And and also just to let you know, Durham County is well represented, because Ryan and I make up half of the executive board. And there's, how many governments are in it, Ryan? Remember?
I don't know the exact number. Katie might know.
It's a lot. It's
yeah,
like
there's 14.
14. Okay, so there are 14 governments. And I'm proud to say that Durham County makes up half of the executive board. But my position as secretary is one of those positions that is name only. But Ryan really does work and really does do an important job as the treasurer. So I do want to recognize he does present the budget every time we have a meeting. And so he's doing a fantastic job. And I want to invite, I will send out an invitation. There's going to be a symposium on April 6th, and would love if anyone who can to come at least to the session before lunch. And then this is going to be in person, and then get lunch, because the work that is going on is really fascinating and groundbreaking. And if you want to geek out, it is very geeky, but it's amazing because, what we're dealing with is that Falls Lake and Jordan Lake are not real lakes. They're dammed up creeks and rivers. And it's very frustrating because they're being treated like they're natural bodies of water, and they're not. And so that's what we're doing, thanks to incredible staff and scientists from, all of our universities in the state, or are collaborating, trying to model what is really happening and trying to get the state to come up with a new standard, because the current standard, it doesn't make any sense at all. Anyway, so and then the other thing I wanted to offer is that we get the head of the Upper Neuse River Basin Association to come to one of our future meetings to actually present to our board what is happening with the IAIA and all that we're investing in. I think they haven't come for a few years. really. And it would be good to, I think, have them actually come and present sometime before the end of the year. So Brian and I would be happy to try to arrange that.
Fantastic. This was an excellent policy conversation. Thank you, Jay, Ryan, Mackenzie, and Katie for your great work. This is so important to the community. Our natural resources are just essential. And thank you for all that y'all have done on this. And we'll come back to the board. We'll also bring additional scenarios. I know they have presented lots of different options behind the scenes. There's been lots of rigor in that. And I again, am excited because coming out with the initial fee for us to be solvent speaks to the work that they do. So we appreciate their efforts and in that space. We will now, if there are no other conversations, transition to our next policy conversation about the sequential intercept map. We have Gudrun Palmer, who will help with the conversation, and Dr. Tanya Van Dice as well. And so I'll turn it over to Gudrun.
Thank you, Claudia. Good afternoon, commissioners. I hope you can, I hope you're doing well and you can hang just a few more hours. So we have been asked to talk with you about the sequential intercept. And the sequential intercept model details how individuals with mental and substance use disorders come into contact with and move through the criminal justice system. It was designed to help communities understand and improve the interaction between the justice system and persons with substance use and mental health disorders. And it is used to identify community resources in each of 6 intercepts. You saw this mapping during last year's budget discussions. We talked about it and we reviewed the results from a two-day workshop back in 2019. The report from that 2019 workshop contained a lot of information, but it was apparent that it was no longer current for a number of reasons, and the pandemic obviously was one of those reasons. At that time, you asked us to come back this spring with an updated report that would also provide information on service gaps, capacity issues, and additional information. While the report is not yet complete, you will see some preliminary information, and then also we will be back in April at the April work session with a larger conversation. The reason the report is not complete is that some of the information was surprisingly difficult to gather. So there's still work ongoing. One thing that you will see in today's presentation and then also in the final report is a broader conversation of some of the social determinants of health or mental health. For this update, we partnered with the School of Social Work at the UNC Chapel Hill, and Dr. Tanya Van Dice who is a clinical associate professor at the School of Social Work. You also received her CV, and if you scan that, you notice her extensive experience in researching various systems where criminal justice and mental health intersect. She's also worked with Durham and the Criminal Justice Research Center on a number of projects, some grant projects, and then some other work, and which is dating all the way back to her years with the Durham Center, like a decade ago. So, and I've turned it over to Tanya for the presentation, walking through the intercept and some of the information from the work that she has done over the last 6 months. And then we can have some conversation and answer additional questions. Tanya?
Thank you so much, Gudrun. You can go to the next slide, please. So just before kind of I jump in here, I wanted to note that this rapid assessment would not have been possible without some key people. Namely, we've got 2 students here who formed our assessment team. Chase Imes and Keisha Vines were absolutely instrumental in this update, involved at every step of the process. And then we had the Durham Stepping Up Initiative, who co-led the design of the assessment and provided subject matter expertise. And of course, staff at the Criminal Justice Resource Center helped us with outreach and provided subject matter expertise as well. Next slide, please. Oh, so quickly, so for this, we'll do a quick overview of the background and then review the findings and then leave most of the time for discussion. And next slide, thank you. So Gudrun just provided some of this information, but to just recap a little bit of this, you can see that this is the 2019 map on the right in super small image here. But the sequential intercept mapping process, it is a community assessment process. And as Gudrun mentioned, it aims to identify the resources and the gaps in services within any community, aimed to divert people with mental illnesses from the criminal justice system. So 2018, DHHS contracted with the Policy Research Associates, and they trained a group of us in how to conduct the mapping process within the counties. And at the time, the vision was to be able to map all 100 counties in North Carolina. We didn't quite make that goal for a number of reasons that we could talk about at a different time, but we did sign Durham up for that mapping process in February of 2019. We did that over a 2-day period. We had 26 participants from multiple agencies. We had county commissioners involved in this process as well. We identified 4 priority areas, and you have all that information in your 2019 version. But the whole purpose of this was to begin action planning on those priority areas. And we did start that. And then we had to pause, like a lot of other things, in 2020 in March with the onset of COVID. But we did continue to try to update the map as we went along. But as you know, in 2021, that's when we sort of decided to officially update via the support of Durham County government. And next slide. So here's what the process looked like for the map in September and October. The Stepping Up Initiative members walked through every intercept, so 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and then made changes. So we deleted resources, added resources, corrected errors, and changed directions of lines. And then our research team then revised that map in November and December and brought it back to specific subject matter experts for kind of like a focused walkthrough for each of those intercepts. And we did that in January and early parts of this month as well. And then for the survey, members of the Stepping Up Initiative Committee worked with us to design that as well. And then rather than having kind of a predetermined set of response options for questions like a multiple choice questionnaire, the committee opted for open-ended questions to allow respondents to fill in whatever was on their mind. And there are benefits and drawbacks to that method, and we'll circle back to that later on when we talk about the results. But we launched the survey on the last day of November, and then it ran for just about 2 weeks. And we sent the survey to members of the Stepping Up Initiative, and then we asked that they circulate the survey to those in their networks who either worked or volunteered within criminal justice or mental health systems and worked with people with mental illnesses, and to send it to those who have lived experience, either with mental health conditions, substance use disorders, or involvement in the criminal justice system, and then people who may have family members who are involved in the criminal justice system and have a mental illness. Next slide, thank you. So here are the differences between the 2019 map that you've all reviewed and the 2022 maps that you'll see. I do want to note that our versions of these are, I would say, not necessarily the model that we were trained in for sequential intercept, but we do think it's important to modify that to the needs of Durham. So we did go ahead and make those changes. So first, we thought it was kind of hard to read the full map. So our team broke it into 2 intercepts at a time instead of all 5 on one page to make it a little bit easier to see, so you can see the direction of the arrows. You can have fonts in larger sizes so you can see those on screens. The second thing that our team member Chase did was he added color-coded lines to help map the referral and communication pathways, and we'll see that on the next slide in just a minute. And then third, the original map did not really distinguish between physical housing resources and financial resources, so we made that clearer. We also changed the title of some categories, and then, of course, updated services and added those that are anticipated or planned for. And we do, before we jump to the very, very busy next slide, I do want to just note that Durham is a service-rich city, and there are a lot of resources and processes to map. So we are aware that this map is not inclusive of everything, but it is inclusive of what the Stepping Up initiative identified. And so, again, it's an iterative process that we'll be back to add additional resources and to correct things as we see them. Okay, so this is the busy map that I was talking about. So I just want to orient you. You have this to refer to later on, but I just wanted to walk you through what you're looking at right now. And so boxes on the left here with that orange color, that indicates intercept 0. And this is where community resources are. So community-based resources, hospitals, crisis services, respite, peer services, and community services. And then the sort of pink-red color on the right, that's intercept 1, and that represents law enforcement and emergency services. And then you see busy arrows pointing in every which way. And what you're looking at here is these are the color-coded lines that our team member added. So the green lines that you see are really showing service authorizations that will go through Alliance Health, our MCO, for example. The red lines are those that kind of indicate processes and referrals related to 911. The blue lines, community paramedics, and then the black lines are basically all other processes. I do want to bring your attention to the dotted lines around the boxes and the dotted arrows. Those are planned for but not yet implemented initiatives or interventions. And the example we can see here is the city has the pilots for the community response teams, the care navigators, and the co-response teams. You can see kind of on the right side. Those are not yet implemented, but are in process, in the planning process here. I think you can, yeah, thank you. So now on this slide, everything you saw on the right is now on the left. So intercept 1 is on the left. And the new information that we have here is intercept 2. And this is looking at the initial detention and initial court hearings. So in some of these boxes, and again, a lot of this is the same as the 2019 map that you have, but you'll see some of the resources that are offered at the different points for initial detention and initial court hearings, such as medical screening, MAT, jail mental health screening, and that sort of thing. And next slide. And for this one, similarly, we've moved intercept 2 to the left, and intercept 3 is what we have in jails and courts. So you can see here interventions and services that you are very familiar with. For example, services within detention like jail mental health, and we have the STAR program. You can see mental health pods, CIT trained officers, and then above under courts, you can see mental health court, drug court. What's not included here, but we will include later, is the new, the county's new mental health court expansion initiative. And we'll begin the planning phases for that, but as soon as we get more information, that's when we can kind of add that here to intercept 3, kind of with the dotted lines, similarly that we saw in a couple slides ago in intercept 1. And the next slide, thank you. And then here, as folks are moving into sort of the reentry process, both within the corrections system and then our local detention, the boxes on the right-hand side are just sort of documenting what some of those processes are for reentry planning. For example, what discharge planning looks like here. You can also see under the jail reentry box, the Durham County Integrated Reentry Program, and of course, that's the grant-funded initiative, the Bureau of Justice Assistance Initiative, and that's looking at people who have co-occurring substance use and mental health disorders and wrapping planning services and comprehensive case planning around them as they reenter. And then within the corrections, that kind of is describing a number of processes related to mental health screening and MAT programs for folks entering from the prison system. And then, thank you. And then lastly, this slide shows community corrections on the right-hand side, and what is offered to folks as they're reentering the community from prisons or detention. And here, we can note the county-funded CJRC services there in the middle. We've got local reentry council, we've got the FIT program, and then referring over into, if you look at the bottom right-hand corner, we've got reentry to the community. So one of the things I like to note here is that some versions of the sequential intercept map are actually circles, because this is a circular sort of process. You enter from the community and you return to the community. So you do see a bunch of arrows that kind of point to the right to signify that folks re-enter to the community where we want to have those robust community supports. The other point I wanted to name here is the mental health probation, specifically for people who have serious mental illnesses. Those folks are on specialized caseloads, and that's in the box on the right-hand side. So that's it for the map part. Again, I didn't walk through those because you've seen this map before, and we expanded these so that you could see, 2 intercepts at a time with greater detail. But now I'm going to move into the survey results. And just as a reminder, these were open-ended questions, like I said, and the survey went to those on the Stepping Up Initiative members and then their networks. So over the 2-week period, we collected 163 responses, some of which were not usable. So we ended up with about 103. And then a number of people, if you're looking here on the left side, had lived experiences either with having a mental illness or substance use disorder themselves, being involved with the criminal justice system, or having a family member with a mental illness. And then over on the right, we see that nearly everyone had either work or volunteer experience with people with mental illnesses in the criminal justice system. And on average, the respondents had worked or volunteered in their agencies for over 10 years and had been in Durham for over 12. And that these respondents really represented all of the intercepts throughout the map. And so what this slide basically is telling us is that respondents had kind of a high degree of expertise in the topic, either from lived personal experience or working or volunteering within the system. And next slide. So this graph is a breakdown of the work and volunteer experiences of respondents. So for this question, people could select any option that applied to them. So you'll see if you're adding right across the columns, it's going to be more than 100% because people could select multiple options. For example, if someone worked in detention and they were providing mental health services, they would have selected both of those. So nearly half of the respondents represented criminal justice entities, and then more than a quarter worked in behavioral health. Thank you. And so I'm about to go through a number of graphs here, but I wanted to start with some observations first and then show you the data that supports those observations. So this is kind of, starting with the takeaways in mind. So first you'll see that respondents noted that more than just treatment is needed. So support for people with mental illnesses looks like more than mental health treatment. It looks like also housing, and you'll see a graph about that. Second, having someone with firsthand knowledge and experience with mental illness and substance use disorder, being involved in the criminal justice system is important. So we call those peer supports, and we'll talk more about that. And then third, there are groups of people, not surprisingly to anyone on this call, who have a harder time accessing services that they need to remain safe and stable in the community. And then lastly, we do need a better understanding of the system's capacity, in particular for behavioral health services, housing, and peer support. So we'll now walk through kind of how we came to those conclusions. So looking on the right, so there were 2 questions in the survey that asked about what services and supports people with mental illnesses needed who were involved in the criminal justice system. One of those questions was about behavioral health services, and one was about resources in general. Kind of combined those responses and then coded them based on these like larger domains, for example, behavioral health, housing, transportation, and financial assistance, and took a look at how the responses laid out. And this is, I would say, not surprising to many of the folks who are on this call and those who have experience within the criminal justice and mental health systems. But of course, most people noted the need for behavioral health services, right? So nearly 85%, but nearly 3/4 were noting housing. So to me, that looks nearly as high as behavioral health, or just as important as behavioral health, to wrap services around people. So we also included on the left-hand side here a few of the quotes from respondents. I do want to point out a couple here. So this first person is talking about the fact that these are all mental health resources. So mental health starts with safety, then food, water, shelter, and then what we commonly call mental health can then be more completely addressed. And then also the third one, many clients would be more stable and less involved in criminal justice if adequate housing were available. So a lot of the respondents really articulating the importance of housing in staying out of jail and out of likely mental health institutions as well. Next slide, please. So in this question, we asked for specific behavioral health supports people needed. And what rose to the surface here, when I'm looking at it, I see two services that really help people navigate the system and get their needs met. So above all else, figuring out how to get your needs met through the system. The first one was peer support. And that means, those with lived experience who are sharing their knowledge and their experiences to support others in getting their needs met. And then the second one was case management, which is a service that really isn't offered as a standalone option, but it really helps people get connected to resources and supports. The last few that you're seeing here, these are specific mental health services, including assertive community treatment teams. And that's, if you're not familiar with that, that's something that folks call a hospital without walls. So that's an intensive wraparound mental health service that hits multiple life domains, housing for one, vocation, basic needs, to help keep people who have severe and persistent mental illnesses stable in the system, in the community and out of institutions like hospitals and jails. And then on the left, again, we've got a few quotes from respondents here. So people need ongoing support from a paid peer or professional to maintain stable housing, jobs, and disability income. Housing and vocational training is not enough. And then I think peer support and mentors could help people stay on the right path. And then third, increasing peer support interaction in facilities before individuals are released to community to understand the support they now have integrating back home successfully. And then we also asked that everybody, for every resource that they named, we wanted to understand what that capacity looked like. This one is a little trickier for our team to code, and Gudrun has already alluded to this in her opening remarks, that it's, we'll need to get additional data about this. More quantitative data, I believe, is going to be more helpful to be able to kind of understand what we're seeing. So we are in conversations about this as a stepping up initiative to really try to figure out how to get more of that information that feels a bit more concrete. But in the meantime, here's what we learned. And looking across these, for the most part, what we're seeing is that services and supports do exist in Durham. However, the capacity is limited. And by that, I mean, it might be that we have a service, we don't have enough of it, or we have the services, but there are barriers. So this basically means that we don't necessarily need brand new services, but that with one or two exceptions, I will say, but we do need to, more enhance the supports that we do have. And I think that this quote here is helpful in understanding, the barriers to accessing. So services in Durham do exist, but many people are just not aware or do not know how to access them. So therefore, they are ineffective for many who need the services. So we've got services, but not always helpful if you can't get to them or if you don't know they're there. And then, thank you. So for this question, we were trying to get at an understanding of disparities in service access among Durham residents who have a mental health condition and are involved in the criminal justice system. So not surprisingly, people identified those who are underinsured or uninsured and just as involved as having the hardest time to get their needs met. Some also talked about how symptoms related to severe and persistent mental illnesses may also sometimes impede just the ability to navigate the service system to get needs met. And of course, people who are experiencing homelessness and those who don't have transportation also have difficulties accessing services they need. The quote that I wanted to kind of pull out here that I think sums up the important role of housing is people experiencing homelessness or unstable housing situations, without the foundation of secure and safe housing, they do not have the resources to focus on their mental health needs. So again, thinking about housing in this situation as almost an intervention for mental health stability. And then the next slide. So lastly, we asked respondents what they would do if they had additional funding available that was aimed to divert people with mental illnesses from the criminal justice system. The results on this slide echo and are parallel to everything that we've just talked about on the previous slides, where housing, peer support, certain mental health services kind of floated to the top of their priority list in terms of what they would want to see funded. And next slide. So I just want to note a few limitations as you consider these findings, and then I want to name kind of the next steps that our group has planned. Next slide, please. Thank you. So first, it's important to note that I mentioned this before. This is not a research study. It was a rapid assessment for the purpose of updating the sequential intercept map. The reason I'm saying that is to note that it's not at all, it's not comprehensive and representative of all the opinions of all Durham residents, but we are confident that it does represent the preferences and priorities of many of the people who are closest to the issue of, mental health conditions within the criminal justice system, including, opinions of many people with lived experiences. Second, we used entirely open-ended questions. So on the plus side, we didn't restrict what people could say. They got to share what was most important to them. On the downside, this means that we have low rates of endorsement for specific items, and sometimes that can make it hard to prioritize one category over another. And then third, we use propulsive and snowball sampling. So that basically means we were targeting our specific networks who know about mental health and criminal justice systems, asking them to share the survey with their network who also has relevant information. So the plus side is that we're getting we get to focus on people who have relevant experiences. On the downside, it limits, the generalizability of the findings to the wider population. And it's possible that we could have clusters from some organizations with similar perspectives, but not too worried about that at this point. And then the next slide, last slide. So in terms of next steps, I mentioned that the mapping process is iterative. So this means that what we have today is what we have today. So we'll continue to work on the map and finalize it. As new services are added, we'll continue to keep that map edited. And then we'll also complete the full report, as Gudrun mentioned. Our team members, Chase and Keisha, have been busy working on this draft already. So we just need to kind of finish up getting that more specific information that Gudrun was referencing earlier. And we'll continue to engage in planning sessions with the Stepping Up initiative, specifically, reviewing and revising those 2019 priority action areas, updating those, and then being able to get our groups together and build action steps around those focused areas. And that, that's my contact information. Now I think, Gudrun?
Yes, thank you, Tanya. I just wanted to point out again that those were open-ended questions in the survey. So we did not steer towards, and I was surprised to see that housing and peer support were rising to the top rather than specific types of mental health treatment. So, but we're happy to answer questions. One more thing I wanted to mention real quick. I mentioned that we will be back with more in April, but in April we also we talked with Claudia and General Manager Pierce to bring you a larger conversation around community mental health, because I think a lot of the commissioners are very concerned about the status of mental health of our community of all citizens. This is very specific to the criminal justice system. We don't apologize for that, and we never intended this to be comprehensive and all-inclusive. But I think your interests and the needs of the community also dictate that we expand this conversation and talk about not just this smaller group of individuals, but the needs of others.
Gudrun, I'm glad you mentioned that. So thank you so much for the work you're doing around this. We've talked about this before. This is a great deal of data and research that you've done, and I really appreciate it. And what we anticipated does show up, that housing has a huge impact on your report here. And we're seeing that in the community as well. And, and I'm interested in this piece, and I am interested in the larger community as well. And I've had that conversation with you and Claudia and my board as well, but it's so difficult for our community folks to be able to access mental health, and you don't want them to have to do something to end up in the system in order to get it. And somebody mentioned the other day that there's a number that is being put, is it a 988 number or something for mental health? Is that, can you share a little bit about that?
It will be coming online in this summer. It is actually a national effort. The 988 is not a local, but I think it's a statewide hotline or not a line to get more information, to access services.
So will that number be able to direct people to access services in their community?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay, so we'll have to figure out how to make sure that we get that out to the community. But I am really excited about the work that you're doing around this to help all of our citizens, because this is major. I was just at the national conference of NACO, National Association of Counties, and this was one of the major conversations that were happening from all over the country. Even down to schools and mental health. Yes. So that was a huge conversation that we had. So thank you for this work.
Commissioners Jacobs and then Carter. I'm sorry, Burns, actually, her hands were up first, but.
They can go ahead. I can wait. Mine is quick.
Commissioner
All right,
Burns,
I saw
yeah.
one head nod. Can you hear me?
Yes.
First section. So really quick, is it Dr. Denise? Am I saying it wrong? How do you say your last name?
Van Danza.
Oh, I totally took the van out. So thank you, Dr. Van Danza. I wanted to say, first of all, I wish, and I love my staff, and they do this. But I want to just say thank you for at least giving us the limitations at the end, because my first 3 questions for you were, how many respondents? And then my next questions were going to be, well, this went to Step Up. And Step Up is, while they do really great work, that is a tight-knit group. It's a hard to puncture group. And then of course, like their services go down and they're in like their own echo chamber, as we all are, right? That's not a criticism, but you did point out, I do like that, like some of it was open-ended, but like you said, it wasn't enough of a certain response to get an endorsement on a specific item. So that was interesting. But I think what this gave us is really something to build upon. And I think that it gave us, for some of the folks that might not be in the Step Up space or might not be at CJRC, because I think that, Commissioner, well, I won't say which commissioner, I'll just say that there are those of us on this board that are dealing with populations that don't touch any of these, and they are some of the biggest sufferers. And that doesn't negate the work that these groups are doing. It is like everybody said, and I think that COVID has exacerbated that, right? Like we've had 2 years where now we have newly depressed people, new individuals who are new to even being poor, and they have no idea where to go, right? Like, so that's an issue. I did want to throw out something. I went upstairs, like that is why my camera was off. So one, to my board, I just want y'all to feel pretty good, and not that you don't feel good. I was in a room, they did about 3 breakout sessions, the public safety and mental health and criminal justice subcommittees and committees at NACO. And there are so many ways in which you look at the criminal justice system and in the time of mental health, where counties are very limited, right? Like folks want to do night courts, a lot of that is AOC. Folks want to try to figure out how we can, but luckily we got a grant for mental health court, but there are just limits to it. And so one of the things that they stated, I mean, people were just really at a loss because a lot of this stuff they couldn't control. And I was like, yeah, even in our state, there's so much we can't control from a court standpoint. And the biggest recommendation that they gave out was, have you done an intercept map? I was the only group one that raised my hand. They got a good photo of me. I'm still trying to get the photographer. Nobody else. And I think they were in that room and they had to push the wall back. So in the room that we were in, hundreds of people in there, but I think it was something like 200 counties represented. Nobody was doing intercept mapping. So Gudrun to everybody, we've done these presentations at Safety and Wellness, we've done here at working session. Now we're seeing, we're seeing this next step. So I just want everybody to feel really good that this is what the experts in DC said that we should be doing. I think there was like one county that was up there who they were talking about, it was what they did, but this is the guidance. The other thing they said at the iteration that we're at now, because we're getting a little bit deeper in the weeds, we talk to people to actually start to bring in folks from the state, right? Because I'm not saying that we're having these conversations in silos, like it's great. We brought in the university. We want somebody who's an expert there. But I think now that we're getting to the point where we're looking at solution-oriented things in that room, or I'm not talking about Step Up or some of these other commissions. I'm saying for my board members, it might be good. Because after I came back and I was talking to some commissioners from Charlotte yesterday and Greensboro, and I won't say them out loud. I'm looking at the handout now. There were like 6 recommendations from like Ohio and Arizona and New York about what they were doing to help in this area. I don't want to say them out loud because I have not talked to any judges yet, and I don't want anybody to run around and say, oh, we can do this. And we haven't talked and we don't even know if we can like legally do it here. But I'm hopeful that as we're getting this presentation, as we're getting information, let's start talking to like some of our stakeholders at the courthouse and start talking to some of our stakeholders at the state to see what it is that we can do in our limited power, because so much of this is controlled by statute in North Carolina and we don't have a lot of control. And I know that we really want to help. So those were my 2 things. I will send y'all the 5 recommendations. I'm just not going to say them on camera. Some of them are pretty good. I got excited about one yesterday and called a lawyer that said, we cannot do that in North Carolina. And it's not that they won't want to, like we legally can't do it in North Carolina. And I might call on you, Doc, because then you might, I've Googled you already and stalked you. So I see what yes, I stalk everybody. So now I know it's like you can answer some of these questions. I will stop there, but I'm just happy to see that we're going in the right direction. So,
Commissioner Burns, you're absolutely right. That it is a system. It's a system issue, and this is not something Durham can solve by itself. This is a much larger conversation. The courts, DHHS, Alliance, these will all, everyone has to contribute to make this a seamless system and hopefully one where the holes in the net are much, much smaller, right?
I'll also ask Joanne to weigh in a little bit before we get to the next 2 questions, because this dialogue sounds very similar to some conversations Gudrun, Joanne, and I have had, and sort of the framework of what we're hoping we can achieve with some initial conversations in April. And Joanne, I'll let you speak for a minute, and then we'll go back to the other commissioners.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. Certainly, this is a conversation we've been having. It's a national conversation. It's a serious conversation, and very much what Manager Hager and GM Palmer mentioned, that it's systemic in nature, that many of the counties across our country is also, trying to figure this out. And thank you, Doctor, for the presentation around that. It's multiple systems interacting with one another, and what do we need to do, what conversations we need to have, what coordination we need to have, because we know goes right back to Maslow's hierarchy of need, about that food safety and shelter. And we know that there are policies and practices in place in another system that if I have been justice involved, I may not have access to additional food support, or I may not have access to shelter because of practices and policies that exist, not necessarily at the local level, maybe at the federal level or the state level, and that larger conversation. And I'm just really glad that Durham County is really having these conversations. And I look forward to the work session when this is going to be that larger conversation around mental health, the disparities, the gaps, and then, what can we do, or what can the commissioners do in their realm to support. I just wanted to share a few statistics that you will also hear, and I know it sounds like Chair Howerton and Commissioner Burns might have already been exposed to this, but just to share the seriousness and the broad nature of what we're dealing with, that 1 in 5 adults in the U.S. experienced mental illness, and more than half did not receive treatment this past year. 1 in 25 adults in the U.S. experienced a serious mental illness. Approximately a third did not receive treatment in the past year. 1 in 10 adults in the U.S. experienced a substance abuse disorder, and approximately 90% did not receive treatment in the past year. And 64% of detained or jail inmates have a mental illness. And so when we just look at that, and as you get more information around, just the magnitude of the issue nationally, and then also what's happening in Durham County, what services do we have, where are the gaps? Hopefully that will inform your decision making. And then lastly, one other piece, approximately 9.5 million adults have both a mental health and substance abuse disorder. So I don't know who mentioned it. I don't know if it was Commissioner Carter or Commissioner Jacobs when speaking around DSS, that even if we used all the money you have, we're not going to solve a systemic or structural issue with that. So how do you be strategic to come up with those solutions to support the much needed services we need? So thank you for the opportunity, Manager Hager.
Thank you, Joanne. Commissioner Carter and Commissioner Jacobs.
Oh, thank you. And thanks so much, Gudrun and Dr. Van Dijnse. Not sure I said that right either. I thought this report was fabulous. I really, I liked the report from 2019, and it's really great to see it being updated. It makes me wonder if on a broader level, even though I feel like there's a lot from the system intercept mapping, looking at people in the criminal justice system, I think there's a lot of generalizability, most likely, of the needs, but it does make me wonder, are there other intercept maps for other systems? Like the education system is one that comes to mind. And let me just ramble a little bit more before you answer that question. But I also just couldn't help but, just think about how this housing keeps coming up over and over again. I'm on the Homeless Services Advisory Committee, and Drew Cummings attends also for county staff. And there's been a lot of talk about priority needs in our community and the continuum of care of services for those in the homeless system. And housing, of course, rises to the top. And I loved what Dr. Van Dijnse said about how housing is an intervention for mental health stability. And I think we would probably all agree that actually it's an intervention for all kinds of well-being, including educational attainment and physical health outcomes and economic security. It's just so fundamental that I think it is a priority. And I also wanted to mention that I was on a NACO webinar the other day where there was discussion about what other counties are doing using their ARPA funding to address mental health needs in their community. And so that was really interesting to see that there are a number of ways in which the ARPA funding can be used for some of our needs, peer support, actual construction of housing, youth crisis response, a number of things came up. And then the only other thing I would want to say is, I think if, you guys have really done a great job assessing the current system, the needs, and bring us a plan. And I bet you will be eager to do what we can to fund it. And, within the criminal justice system, but also more broadly. And at some point, I really want us to discuss more about school-based mental health needs and how we can do even more than we're already doing on the Alliance system is lifted up all the time as being a model for having school-based mental health services. And, I know we're competitive enough that we want to be the model. So whatever it is they're doing that we're not doing is something I'd also like for us to explore. So I guess my only question among all that was about the intercept maps for other systems.
And the short answer is yes. I think the framework for this sort of intercept model is a good one. And so they started applying it to juvenile justice system, but I think in other parts of the country, and certainly I think actually Mecklenburg County was trying to apply it to opioid use disorder and mapping services and supports around that. So it's a framework, and I think it could be used, the idea of an intercept as a point of diversion could be used for lots of different things. And so the short answer is yes.
Thank you all very, very much.
Commissioner Jacobs.
Thank you, and great presentation, Tanya and Gudrun, and thank you, Commissioner Carter, because you are a rep to both the Alliance Board and HSAC. So those are two boards that really do intersect with this. I am actually a part of the Stepping Up initiative, so I have been able to sit in on these conversations, and I think it would be helpful if the board could get a list of all of the stakeholders, because it is actually an incredibly diverse group that participates. A huge number of people come to those meetings from throughout the community and represent a lot of different organizations. I think that would be helpful for everyone to see. I think this is a great start of us really looking at this big issue, which is evidently is really important to all the members of this board. It's really interesting when I looked at the 2019 to now and seeing just where are some of the differences and where are some of the places where the county has made investments. For one thing is we've done the MAT program. That's totally, and you can't really separate. It's such a huge co-occurring issue with substance use and mental health. We know that. But we've made significant investments in MAT in the detention center. And then we have really, the reentry council that we have, that's really strengthened. Of course, we're investing more in the mental health court and the drug court. But also, I really feel like we have really shifted a lot more toward the peer support model and recognizing that this is what people say really helps them and what they want. The program that we have through the Recovery Response Center, and which is part of the Durham Joins Together also, is that now between our community paramedicine program and the people going into the emergency departments, all these different intercepts, when people need help, we're trying to get them connected to a peer support person. And then when people leave the jail, getting them connected to the FIT or the reentry. It's all the same thing, right? It's about connecting people to each other and how important that relationship is. And that, I think, we want to look for quick fixes all the time. It's like, we want something, okay, just fund this program, I think we really need to take a step back and understand that we have to invest in the relationships. We have to invest in the people, and it is so much more expensive and it's so much more intensive. Even with social services now on our DSS board, we're talking about how social workers don't get to do case management. They don't. We're not funded for that. We're not set up for that. And all the transformation that's coming, all the unfunded mandates for social services now about child protective services, and we have to invest now in prevention, and the state's not going to really fund that stuff. It's going to be on us at the local level. But again, it's the same type of thing. We've got to figure out a way that we are doing the case management, that we're connecting people to the support, because those people will help connect people to the services. Those people will help connect people to how they find housing or jobs or transportation. So I just want to throw it out, because to me, it seems like the answers are right in front of our faces. Even the gang report that we got the other day at the gang reduction, it was all about social determinants of health. And that's what we're talking about here too. So I really look forward to us, delving deeper into this and what is it really going to take, because it's not rocket science. And sorry, I don't really have a question.
Okay.
I mean, I guess I can say one question is, I think it would be helpful looking at the intercept map to understand, like, where is it at those points that people really can be connected either to information or a person, and it's not happening now. And what's the difference between people who need short-term support versus long-term support? And then also another question is, how do we plug into all of the pilots that the city is doing? How is the county already plugging into them? And what do we need to look at in terms of our own 911 with the Office of the Sheriff? Because right now we haven't invested in a 911 study. So, so those are some of my questions, and they don't have to be answered now.
Just real quick about the city's pilots, Commissioner Jacobs, there are actually a number of staff, county staff, EMS, CGRC are working with the city's community safety department on their pilot developments, and the director, Ryan Smith, has been at the Criminal Justice at the Criminal Justice Advisory Committee. He attends, or his staff attends, the Stepping Up initiative. So I think there is as much connectivity as needed, and yes, very well connected and continuously communicating. The other piece is about where people can. I think people can be connected at every point, and we have some. I think it's not that we don't have any. I think we don't have enough, and just like one of the comments on the presentation that Tanya pointed out was, people just don't know how to get to the services. So we have services. It's not that we don't have them. People don't know how to get there, or people don't. So those connections, if we could figure out how to make it better and stronger and catch them at the right time, as many as possible, will go a long way.
And I think too that, when I had said in the presentation that Durham is a service-rich community, so much has been funded, and supports are in the system. And I think that focusing in on the front end, right? So having people not, go into jail, have police interactions, etc., is, a critical intercept. And it's part of what Gudrun was saying too, is connecting folks to, what exists, but it's this conversation that's thinking outside of like, oh, we just need medication and treatment and it's going to be fine. Well, that's not the case, right? And so just having that and knowing that and prioritizing, having that different framework as an approach to treatment, I think is the way to go. At doing that, at all the intercepts, but focusing in on that intercept zero. And we don't want people to have a law enforcement interaction. And so we want to do for those folks that we know works for everybody, which is, having a place to live, having food, having material means, that sort of thing.
Commissioner Howerton, I know you have a question.
Yeah,
Could I do a quick follow-up on something that she said just then, though? That's okay.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so it's interesting, something that, matter of fact, all four folks have kind of sort of brought up. And I said I didn't have a question because I was trying to save it, but I mean, at this point, you made a comment that, Durham is very resource rich. I can respect that. I think that we are very resource rich, and I think we're also very faux resource rich. And so one of the things I wanted to ask, and I did not ask, but I'm going to ask now, and it's going to be much like what Commissioner Jacobs said. It doesn't have to be answered today, but I can tell you right now, I'm going to need an answer. I want to know as we're looking at this intercept map, I want to know, and I think my board needs to know, what is not working, and we need to never fund it again. And I know that sounds very harsh, but this is a real issue. Mental health is real. You need to have a profession. You need to know what you're doing when you're dealing with folks. Incarceration is serious. Housing is serious. You all know, Commissioner Howerton, you really know that this space has been perverted during the pandemic. We knew it was like that before. Everybody says that they can now offer mental health services. They don't have the credentials to do it. Everybody says that they can sit here and be crisis interventionists. They do not have the credentials. We've seen more fake 501c3s pop up in the last 5 years. So as we are doing this map, I'm asking everybody, I don't care if they're your friends, if we find out that they are not helping people, we cut them off. So I don't need to answer now, but as you all are doing this map, and I keep screenshots each time you give them to me, Gudrun. When we find out something where somebody's finding a closed door, if we go into a situation and somebody's not getting help, if we are getting complaints about the services not being rendered, if we find out, because y'all, we got grant hogs in Durham. We have people who talk about crystal meth one day, the vaccine the next day, food insecurity the next day, whatever is going to get them a check from us. And I'm tired of it. And I feel like that our residents are suffering because of it. So as you all do this map, come back to us and tell us who we do not need to give money to anymore. Because that's what I want to stop so that we can start to fix this issue. Because if we waste any more time and money, we're going to lose more people. So that's all I got to say about that.
So thank you. I think you get that this is a hot topic for all of us. One of the things that I came away from the conference remembering is the statement that this is a second pandemic. Mental health is a pandemic that we are entering right now. And one of the things that I looked for, when with the Black community, mental health is not always a thing that we embrace. And going to see a counselor is not something we always embrace. One of the things that I didn't see in the mapping is education. It has to be an educational component that there's nothing wrong with seeking help. And I haven't seen that anywhere in the mapping, and maybe it was there and I just missed it. But I think overall for the community, that needs to be a part of it. One of the things that was so touching and so profound at the conference was Admiral of the Navy spoke. He was retired, and he spoke about how he was asking his men to go to seek counseling. And they were refusing to do that because to them, there was a stigma to it. In certain professions, they see that as a stigma to get that kind of help. But what he decided to do was he started to go into an arts class. He started to go into art, and he started to invite his men to go to art. And it was helpful for these men to be in an art class. So one of the young men that spoke had been incarcerated for 27 years. And he spoke about how he learned who he was by being in art class. And he's out of prison, he's doing art, he's a professional artist right now. By being involved in art. And I think that would be something that we are talking about, the cultural arts and investing in that. I think that having art be a really profound part of person's lives that feel that they need something else other than just, I need to go lay on somebody's chair and get counseling. Been there, done that. It's not always the answer. So I think education would be a great part of it, and also thinking about how do we involve cultural art in mental health. And I'm sure the experts could tell us about that one.
Yeah. This has been a great conversation. Such a complex issue. We're fortunate to be in a community where our commissioners see this need and are willing to invest and also figure out where we need to become better and what things we need to stop doing. Our April policy conversation will continue this dialogue. And thank you, Dr. Van Duce. You've probably had your name said 12 different ways. We thank you so much for your work, your guidance and leadership in this, and your partnership. Grateful your students were also helpful. I know you elevated them earlier. Thank you to you, Gudrun, for your efforts as well, and your excellence in moving this along. We will transition to a short break, and we'll come back at 2:30 for board discussion. See you in 9 minutes, okay?
Welcome back, everyone.
We're back.
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Now, Peter, is this where we start calling you Mr. Cotter? You know, and they play the welcome back song?
Oh, there's a flash from the past.
Jay, you're dating yourself.
Yeah.
Should we ask Commissioners Burns and Alam if they even know what you're talking about?
I just came back. What did he say?
I don't know I don't even know what that means.
What'd you say?
Quickly Googling.
No, tell me. No, I want to guess. What did you say?
Welcome back, Carter, the TV show.
Welcome back, Carter.
Well, thanks for ruining it, Deborah.
A very
I am
young John
misinformation.
Spoil alert.
I didn't even hear it.
A very
But I
young
do
John
know Welcome
Travolta.
back, Carter.
Right.
For that mercy.
Well,
Okay, I'm waiting for Commissioner Alam to say, "What's that?"
Her face said it already.
We see it on her face. As my son would say, that was the olden days.
Geez, what the heck did I miss?
we were referring to ancient popular culture. I think was that back in the 70s?
Yep. Yes, I think it was. I remember watching it with my folks. I want to say it came on in the 70s. I thought I heard Keith say a very young John Travolta, maybe just before his
Saturday
disco
Night
days.
Fever. Yep.
Yeah, that was his coming out on Stardom.
Welcome
And
back,
Commissioner
Carter.
Alam, it is not Carter, it's Cotter. So
Cotter.
K-A-T-T.
Right.
Yeah, so if you're
I
Googling
heard
it,
Carter the
you're Googling it
first
wrong.
time.
Yeah,
And I
you're Googling it
Googled
wrong.
welcome back Carter and Google fixed it for me.
Cotter.
Right.
But yep.
All right. Well, we will start our board discussion about strategic plan areas of interest and your board priorities. I will give a quick highlight. Keith will pull up, if you can pull up the slide with the two-sheeter. And we'll get started with that. As you know, this retreat is anchored on our strategic plan and our priorities. The board over the years has made investments in many key areas, and I'll talk about this slide slightly for a few minutes, and then I'll pass off to Peter to continue the conversation. This is a list of areas of investments that have been priorities of the board for some time. I won't go into all of them, but and some may be in one category, but they also fit in another, such as affordable housing. That's our community enrichment priority. It's also one that the Goal 4 area embraces and leads. There's always been a desire to look at how do we reduce poverty and increase jobs. Another area that intercepts with Goal 4 as we look at our economic development in which companies we try to keep and attract to the community. There's early childhood efforts, workforce development, job incentives. And when we look at Goal 2, our board for many years have desired investments in our school nurses to increase focus on homelessness and substance abuse. And looking at DSS, how do we leverage technology and customer service, which were great investments when the pandemic happened and we could shift real quickly. There are many others from food security, as well as support for our immigration and refugee affairs, and then expansion of continued support for mental health services. With goal 3, there's been for some time a desire for us to look at diversion of mentally ill from jail, and that is quite in alignment with our previous conversation, as well as addressing services that support families when they're dealing with mental health and drugs. From the environmental stewardship and community prosperity, our focus on transportation has been tremendous, with looking at how do we invest with more buses and bus stops, and looking at our systematic transportation development between the city, the county, and Gold Triangle, again, our priority that's been there for many years. And then on goal 5, there's always been that focus of how do we get our community engaged? You've heard some of that today, and how do they see our information? How we do our work, as well as share our work with our performance measurement, and making sure that we are fiscally sound throughout the process. And Peter, I'm going to turn next to you so you can lead the board in conversations as they prepared for this discussion today.
Okay, so in our preliminary calls this past week, I listed what I heard, what I believe I heard from each of you, and we have put these into the 5 goal areas that, and again, there's overlap between those. If I missed something that you said that it didn't make it on here, let's add it to it. But we would like to, in this hour plus, to have dialogue that will help staff leadership go back to the departments for guidance as they fine-tune their budget proposals. And we thought that we would go around the board, each take, I'm thinking 5 to 7 minutes, if we can use that efficiently, and paint broad strokes on policy, but it would really help staff to have 2 or 3 particular priorities that are of interest to you to take to move to the top of the priority list. Does that work for everyone? Okay, I'm seeing some thumbs ups. All right. Who would like to start?
I saw Commissioner Lum's hand up.
I can go first before I raise my hand last and everyone takes all the good priorities. So thank you so much, Peter, for taking the time to chat with each of us. Yeah, I would start with probably the one that I'll talk most about that I have that's listed here under goal 2. One of my priority areas is expanding the support for the immigrant and refugee affairs. The position that we had funded last year, thank you so much to the entire board for supporting that initiative and the staff that made it possible. I received these recommendations from Selena Mate, who was our former refugee and immigrant affairs strategist. And she compiled these recommendations through community conversations and partnership organizations across Durham County to figure out where are the gaps for our immigrant and refugee populations. And they identified the need for 2 more positions within the immigrant and refugee services area that can be providing, let me see, to create a team of 3 people that, sorry, I have it written down, improve the services and partnerships to comprehensively address the health needs of low English proficiency populations, which may include developing policies and then increasing funding to community-based organizations that work with immigrants and refugees. And so staff that'll help with assisting in these areas. And it'll be really important that I think now we're having conversations about this position being potentially shifted under the county. I know Manager Hager and Manager Page have been in those conversations already. And so it would be really great to see us continuing to invest in this area, because through Selena's research, she had found that the New American Economy actually has rated Durham with an overall score of 2.8 out of 5, ranking for their immigrant integration based upon policies and socioeconomic outcome. And the big difference between high scoring cities and Durham is the establishment of a local office for immigrant affairs. And so that would be my #1 priority for us to hopefully be able to support. And then I had one that we've already discussed at our joint city county, which was also the funding for the new Durham Museum of History position that'll, returning to immigrant and refugee services. This is something I've talked to Councilmember Javiera Caballero about, and she will be presenting it on the city side in the hopes of getting the city to potentially also support it. And if there's a possibility that we could split the cost 50-50 for the city and the county in this investment. And similarly for the Durham Museum of History new position that was discussed at the joint city county meeting. I know there was already interest from the majority of the board. I think that was already on the meeting on both sides to fund this position. And then the third item I had, I don't see it directly on here, was one that I mentioned in the last budget retreat and also at the joint school board meeting, is trying to shift and pushing our staff and investing in our staff to a true living wage here in Durham County. And that's for all Durham County staff, including DPS. Starting off, if we can invest in a $17 per hour for all Durham County employees with a strategic plan to reach $24 an hour, of whether that's over a 5-year plan or having staff measure out what type of timeline we would need to get to that living wage. And so those are my 3. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
And
you. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say we have the bullet under goal 1. And some of these we do have to reshuffle continued efforts to increase the living wage, but we will refine that information. So thank you for that.
Okay, that was efficiently done. Who would like to go next?
Mr. Burns.
Yeah, I have a doctor's appointment. I will try to be as efficient, Peter, since NITA, Commissioner Long has set that standard. I wrote mine down. So if I don't get to hear you ladies, I promise I'm gonna go back and listen go back and watch it on YouTube, because I do value what you all want to support. One of the things I talked to Peter and Commissioner Hager and Interim Manager Hager about.
Job is too hard.
I would love to see an addition. It's on this list, but I'm just going to read mine really quick. An additional expansion and maybe some more, an expansion of the Bulls initiative. But I want to kind of sort of look at and talk to them about points where we can be a bit more strategic. And we look back at the data analytics, much like we did with the low income tax program, to make sure that we're focusing in on getting individuals into those positions and making sure they're successful. I know that we did a recalibration, I think mid-year, even last year, we made the great decision to add on a person who could help them with soft skills, because we're bringing in people who have never had bank accounts, bringing in individuals who have, never had to work a 9 to 5 or, a 10 to 3, because a lot of our factories in Durham do work 3 shifts, some of our manufacturing firms. But one of the things I wanted to push, I know I've talked to a number of the commissioners about this. We are all women board. I want to see us make a significant investment And it might not be this, it might be ARFA, but I'm going to stick to it, to develop a diverse business and entrepreneurship initiative for women, and then one for people of color. And the reason why I say for women, we have never, this board has never done that before. And I think we would be remiss if we were a group of 5 women and we did not do that before we left. And this might be like one of the best chances to do it, and then have 2 more years to evaluate it. And there's going to be, some people might say, what does that look like? Does it look like grants? I think it does in some instances, but I also think it looks like financial support for technical support. Financial support, for technical assistance, not technical support. Broadband, I know that we're going to be relying on some of our ARPA dollars and some of the funding that the GREAT grant is going to supply by the state. But I do want us to look at whether or not, we keep talking about last mile initiatives. I think it would be interesting to look at some middle mile initiatives where we might see some of our major providers might not be able to get to some of the far reaches of our community. Maybe we are the gap to do the middle mile initiative and fund that one spot, and then they can do the continuation spot that gets to Rougemont, Bahama, and the Downs. Our agricultural grants, I know everybody got in the mail like I did, the soil and water. The Soil and Water Division actually sent out what they did with their grant program this year. I think, and I know I talked to Commissioner Carter about this one. It's $75,000. This sounds really small, y'all, but I would love to see what we could do if we gave them 100 or 150,000. And I don't think that's a big ask because I saw what a farmer did with $5,000 just buying a vacuum, that he could now seal his meat, seal his turkeys, and extend his season. And I don't see why we shouldn't offer the opportunity when we have 200 farms right here in Durham County. And I know that we reached out to rural development at USDA about a value added grant. But I want to see what it would look like if we started to do a grant for value added. What happens if we allow our folks to take their peanuts and turn it into peanut butter, right? Instead of us, it's no different than a tomato. Like we sell tomatoes to Virginia and then it costs more as Heinz ketchup when it comes back to North Carolina. What happens if we invest in value added? I do agree with a lot of things that Commissioner Alam threw out there and some of the things that other folks are gonna say. So I'm skipping over some of mine, but I want to see us make, we do it. And I know Commissioner Howerton is going to talk about Black female maternal health. We tabled it last year because we had people in the community that say, hey, don't give money to these folks because they've been using our information and not paying us. And I appreciate us as a board for doing it. But now we have to come back because again, in our budget, we see that for Black and brown women, deaths are 7 to 10 times more likely for women of color. So I really want to see us make that investment. And finally, the reason why I did more than one, mine are very small. I'm not asking for multiple. I actually have prices beside these. Talk to Claudia. I look forward to talking to each one of you all in the coming days and weeks. We have got, if we want to say that we want to do something about criminal justice reform, even as women, I have a lot of initiatives on here that I think I want to focus on board with women. It has not been missed on me, the letters that we have gotten during working session and regular session about this investment in Black boys. Nobody wants to talk about how Black and brown boys are doing in the school system because nobody wants to offend the school board. Nobody wants to offend teachers. Nobody wants to offend DAE. It is not we can do both, right? We have great teachers in the school system. We have great professionals in the school system. We have really great professionals over at the school board, but we have really got to talk about how we have a collective group of students of Black and brown boys that are not at reading level, who are going into the criminal justice system. And as a board, the same way we said, all right, housing is not just a city issue, we can make it a county issue. I want to make what happens to these young men one of our issues. So I do want to see us fully fund African-American and Young Boys Initiative, as we have been asked over 10 different meetings and we've talked about it. We've been asked by the community. I want to see us do some work there. I have some ideas about how we're going to do that. I'm more than happy to email. I will stop there because I actually looked at the clock and said I would not take over 7. I started at 2:42, it's 2:49, and I appreciate you all for listening.
Thank you. Who's next?
I'll go next. So I think Commissioner Byrne mentioned quite a few things that are on my list as well. I'll start with reducing poverty with our little ones, with our children. You know,
child poverty in Durham is really too high. And I'm just gonna bullet through these. The next one is crime, reducing poverty and reducing crime, support crime reduction strategies. They connect because if you reduce poverty, you reduce crime in our community, and come up with funds to address violence and in those areas. Support Made in Durham, support our employees increase. Let's see, support, what was that? Building up local life sciences, the Bulls. Continue to expand on mental health and come up with whatever it is that we need to enhance the programs that we have. And if we need to create new ones, do that. Put money into the racial equity implementation so that we can get that off of the ground. Broadband, covering broadband in rural areas. Commissioner Burns mentioned that one, Black maternal health. And, you know, one of the ones that we don't talk about a whole lot is our little ones from 0 to 5. That is one that I would like to see some movement in as well. And I'll stop there. There are probably a lot more, but that's all I'll give you right now.
Thank you.
I can't see everyone, so I don't know if Heidi has her hand up or not.
I don't. Go ahead, Wendy. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I'll try to keep mine focused on just a few, because I mean, everything that's on here is important. And I really appreciate actually this list, because when I look at this
Wendy,
list,
Wendy, could I just interrupt you just a second and add one more?
Sure.
Money, and put some resources into our communications department to support Deborah Craig Ray's department. She needs to hire some more staff. Of all the things that we want her to do, yeah.
Concur.
So I think that everything on this list we need to do. And I think that it is actually a great, really a more focused summary of the first list that you shared with us, Claudia, the one that you gave a summary of before. To me, this is an improved version of it, because it's just fair. It's much more focused, but it still really has the, it's really saying the same thing, but just in a better way. I would say that I'm really, if I have to pick the things I think are most important, I think that we need to focus on systems change. We have very limited resources, and I really want to focus on the things that are most connected to other issues, and again, are not just kind of poking around the edges, but we know are the things that we're hearing from our community, and that we're hearing like in our report today, that are really fundamental. So for me, I would say my biggest priorities are continuing to support our early childhood investments and our Durham pre-K, and of course funding Durham public schools, because we have to invest. We know the data. We have to invest upstream. We have to invest in our children and our youth. Education it's just the most fundamental thing. Second, for me, is housing. We know we have an affordable housing crisis in our community, and it's tied to mental health, safety, wellness, homelessness, you name it. And we can't just keep throwing things away like our rental assistance. We have to come up with really innovative solutions, and it's going to take capital investments. But there are plenty of ideas out there that other communities are doing creative things. And we're going to have to work together with the city on this, and use some of our ARPA funding and some of our fund balance, but now is the time to do it. And then I think the third really big bucket, well, two more big buckets for me are the mental health and diversion from law enforcement responses to crisis. When you looked at that intercept map, the square one is the 911 calls. That is when the point of contact happens for most people in our community. And I love the pilots that are happening, and they're all about diversion and co-response and peer support and connecting people to mental health. And yes, we need to invest more in the services, and we need to invest in the diversion. And then the last thing is around transportation and land use. Again, you know, we've got to have a multimodal transportation system that is not just within Durham, but our whole region, because that's how you connect people to jobs, to education, to services. That's a basic fundamental thing that we've got to do. So those are my big buckets, and I will stop there.
Thank you.
I am so lucky to serve on this board with these women who are brilliant and passionate and have great ideas. I mean that. The list, I agree with Wendy. This list in front of us is a pretty dang good roadmap, I think, to give back to our staff at pretty high, at fairly high level. And then we've had some great smaller initiatives that are new that individual commissioners have mentioned, and I haven't heard of one I couldn't support. Thinking at a high level, personally, I feel like our goal, our fundamental challenge is to break the link between race and class and the lack of prosperity, the lack of achieving ultimate well-being that seems to be easier for the white community to achieve. And so it gets back to the racial equity, thinking about that with every policy decision. What will the impact be on racial equity? And the other policy implication I think we need to think about every single time is environment. What's the environmental impact of our investments and our decisions? So I just think those need to be overarching or undergirding, however you want to think about it with every decision. And then I think, in order to have prosperity for all, we have to think about these three big systems: the education system and educational outcomes for people, health outcomes for people, and wealth outcomes or economic security. And the three systems are inextricably linked, which makes it really complicated to figure out the answers because there's so many points of intersection. But for me, making sure our public school system is the very best it can be, and we've heard that, I think, from everybody. And I think the pre-K investments that we've already put so much time and effort into designing, we need to continue to expand funding for. In the health arena, I would also lift up affordable housing as, the key social determinant of health and also, of mental health. And so addressing our mental health gaps in the community and our affordable housing gaps in ways that seem appropriate for the county, working together with the city. And as far as wealth investments go, I agree with Nita that we we really need to start moving toward a truer living wage, and figure out how to stage that and be a leader, and be a leader locally, and then we'll see others follow with all government employees. Also in the wealth category, I think we have to figure out, and we will be, our transit plan and how we're going to invest our transit tax dollars in ways that bring us the regional system that we need and the local system that we need, and that promotes active transportation for all, not just people who are lucky enough to live near good trails and roads with bike lanes and good sidewalks. A couple of specific things, if I might just mention them. I think that, and I feel like I've heard maybe interest from others about this, is that it's time to consider giving the Board of Education members stipend increases. They haven't been increased since 2004, I don't believe. And I know that Mike Lee, who I don't think is running again, has been talking about this with Matt Sears, I think is running again now, but they have some good data on that, looking at benchmarking our stipend for the BOE members against the state. And we really, it's time to increase that, I believe. And I wonder if there might be some interest, and I really would throw this out there for a later discussion, but would there be some interest in us hiring a lobbyist to lobby at the state level for Durham County, city and county, perhaps? I know other municipalities have this, other counties have this, and just feels like we could get a better bang for a buck maybe if we had someone really focusing on that. What made me think about it was sort of environmental policy and all the change we know that we need to get through there, and how challenging it is, and maybe someone who understands these policy issues working for us could be a good investment. We get a good return on the investment. So those are my big ones and a couple of small ones. And sometime it might be useful for us when we're looking at small investments and we're struggling with how to prioritize them, to do some kind of a forced choice activity. I feel like I've done that before, where you literally have to pick. You have a matrix, and you can invest in this or this, and you have to pick, and then in the end you get a ranking. I thought that might be a fun exercise at some point to really help us home in on our priorities a little bit more even. Peter, thank you for helping us with this.
Sure, that's a good idea. So we have some specifics. We've got some broad strokes, and the sum of many of the specifics add up to some broad strokes. How do we narrow this down and or map out the overlap, the sums of some of these into the larger categories?
Could I also throw out there, Peter, something you said, some of them kind of, and I'm just throwing this one out like it's just the first thing that popped in my mind. I agree with Commissioner Carter about having somebody speak for us at the General Assembly, right? But it might overlap with something that Commissioner Howerton said, like, do we hire a lobbyist, or do we add a full-time FTE that is our Director of Legislative Affairs? Because you see how they both brought that up. Or maybe some of the ones that also Commissioner Carter, I agree with you about the school board. I did say that in a work session and got kicked for it, but I did have a whole long conversation with Claudia about it. So you and I are on the same page with that one about the school board. But I think a lot of these kind of sort of overlap, and that was just, and I hit mute. That was me. That wasn't. Do we talk amongst each other? Are you asking that we send it back to staff? Because I think we could have some conversations amongst ourselves and see where there's some synergy. Like on the expansion of pre-K, Commissioner Jacobs and I had a very long conversation, you remember, about how we could split this between the school board and how we could fund pre-K. And it makes sense by not just using tax dollars, but ARPA dollars. And then, because we keep talking about our fund balance, we can't keep pretending like the school board doesn't have a fund balance, because they do. But there are creative ways that we could, over 4 years, help expand pre-K and sort of put that under there. And I know that sounds like I'm rambling, but I listen to everybody and kind of sort of started to draw on my own. And And a lot of the economic development stuff I want to do, you know, why not? Commissioner Howerton said the Made in Durham, I said the Bulls Initiative. A lot of intersectionality there. So we're not too far off with some of the things that we really want to do. We're just using maybe different words.
Yeah, you know, Commissioner Burns, I think that if we put them under headings, I think they will fall under, you know, bullet. I think they would fall in categories. And because they're all touching each other. And Peter's got the list. So I think, what do you think, Peter? I think they kind of.
I'm thinking that some of these are funded, some are partially funded, some aren't funded, and that we should separate those out into 3 columns.
Yeah.
And let's look at where we need to shuffle funds, if that's appropriate, where we need to allocate new funds. Now, we got to keep in mind that Keith said, yes, we've got 24 million over what we budgeted in the, I guess, the general fund, but have already identified 50+ million of needs. So these need to be stacked up against the needs that have already been identified. So I think Manager Hager, it would be a good idea to take these and do a side-by-side chart or analysis so that everybody knows where each priority and issue stands. Is that feasible?
That's what I would suggest. And we've been complimented on these more streamlined priority lists, but that's a function of all of you. Your comments as far as where the priorities are. And so what we will do and can do, and we can plan this for the April work session by that time, is have a list that sort of matches our current investments in these areas. We could then also identify where, as Peter shared, there are places that are not funded. And we've heard some thoughts about how those areas or initiatives could be addressed between now and that conversation in April, provide even more clarity, and so that we can so that you will see, as we try to finalize a recommended budget, where we may need to make some choices. The new items that were elevated, many of them are not large ticket items. However, we want to make sure we look at, well, what are the longer term costs as well. So we definitely can do that, Peter, but can real quickly get feedback, a more consolidated list that reflects topics that were shared that were not on the initial feedback. And I see Commissioner Jacobs' hand.
So, questions, does that work for everyone?
Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to jump in. I think it would also be helpful. Some of the things that are on this list and that commissioners highlighted are things that are going to take multiple years to implement, and could, as has been noted, could come from different funding sources. So I think also, acknowledging which things are related to that, and I think even some ideas around them would be helpful. For instance, around housing, we've got the HSAC, we've got Dwayne, in early discussions about our long-term homeowner relief program, initially several years ago when we started saying we wanted to do that, he came forward with a list of ideas that he had about how we could support affordable housing in the community, things like supporting the land trust model. having a fund, some type of revolving fund where we help to support, nonprofits who are doing affordable housing, those type of things. So I think even getting some ideas about what that looks like would be helpful. And then also what the cost is going to be, like, for instance, around a living wage, we need to have a real sense about what does that really mean. It's a no-brainer for me to say that one of our biggest budget drivers is staff, is personnel, as we saw today. And so, with any requests for positions, hopefully we're going back and looking at reprioritizing positions and reallocating or reclassifying, but also understanding that the more we spend on our own staff, the less we have to spend on anything directly related to the community. So it's a push and a pull, and it's a give and take, and we have to be making these decisions with our eyes wide open about, I think, as Keith has said to us, his mantras about the decisions that we make. And then the last thing is I don't want to lose one big thing that we have not talked a lot about today, and that is the ongoing impact of COVID on our economy and on our whole workforce. Just the number of positions we're still trying to fill, and people's changing, preferences for work. How is that going to change how we do things, and the importance of getting downtown Durham revitalized again, because that, to be frank, is our biggest economic driver for property taxes, is in downtown Durham. So we need to that's really important to make sure that things get revitalized there. And then the last thing related to what Commissioner Howerton raised about Deborah's team, and I do love the idea of a lobbyist or a full-time legislative person, because the number of hats that Deborah wears is just unbelievable, and we need to give some of her hats to other people. That I think we do need a focus on community engagement and ways to share information about performance measures and what our residents are getting for their money. We really need to figure out better ways to do that.
Thank you.
That is helpful.
Any
Yeah.
other thoughts? Yes.
Yeah, I just want to just lift up that I know I hear what Commissioner Jacobs is saying about what it takes as far as I'm trying to remember exactly the way you said it. I can't. Anyway, about salaries, about employees. I just want to say that, we have asked so much of employees this year. These last 2 years, they have worked under so much stress and mental anguish. And I hope that we will do whatever we need to do to ensure that they get compensated in our budget. Because this has been a tough year, and going forward, we have to take care of the employees that we have so that we can also hire others. I just think that is just paramount that we do that.
Yeah, let me clarify. I totally agree with you. I was more thinking about some of the new positions, just understanding that as we create new positions, just what that means, and can we look at any existing positions that we have. But yes, I totally agree with you. And, that's why I mentioned the impact of COVID. We have to remember, as we are layering on all these extra things that we want people to do, that we're still running under the impact of COVID on our staff.
Yeah.
Commissioner Carter.
Thanks. One of the reasons I thought it would be important for us to have this prioritization conversation was I was hoping it would be helpful for, our staff, and in particular our budget staff. But I'm realizing that really their work with our departments has already happened. And many months have already happened, right? Where the budget department has communicated with all the departments and asked for prioritized lists from them, and hopefully ours line up. But it almost seems like this conversation might be more helpful if it could happen in the fall, or before the departments make their list of priorities. If we were to do that, and then maybe that would be more of a guide, a useful guide, if we indeed are able to home in, and prioritize. Just thinking kind of about that and how to be helpful, to our staff. I worry about, we have great ideas and a lot of them, and how to be helpful in actually giving some guidance to staff. But the answer might be in starting a little sooner next time. I don't know, but just a thought.
Commissioner Carter, I will weigh in real quickly. Historically, I think pre-COVID, COVID sort of hit the reset on a lot of things. We did have a fall strategy retreat, if you may recall. It usually happened in November, and that helped to set the framework of the upcoming budget year. With COVID, because it was so many challenges in the first year of COVID, we didn't think we would have any money, and we were looking at possibly layoffs, but for us, fortunately, we didn't have to do that. But I do agree, and I know staff agree, the budget teams agree, that all of us do that. That's helpful and would be ideal. I will say, if you look at your list, almost all of it, we are investing in these areas. So the question then becomes, as we evaluate any expansion, where do we place those dollars? And so, although it looks like a long list, for instance, the CIP plan, we're coming to you in March with that. Broadband for rural counties, when we have our conversation about ARPA, much of that will happen. So for me, the list does not look frightening as I sort of in my mind crosswalk. Well, what are we doing now and where do we need to invest? Some will require some time, such as investments in mental health. I know I've had conversations with Commissioners Howardson and Jacobs a few times in our leadership discussions about the mental health complexities. And what we did today with the sequential intercept map, taking that approach at a broader level and to see, well, where are the gaps and where do we invest? So it is a longer term conversation. So I see us when we come back to you, taking your list and again, showing where we have investments. And then for some saying, well, this is a broader, more complex policy conversation. We may start some initial investment with a study because we want to invest well. And with some goal of maybe in the fall of next year, we may have greater clarity. Now, our approach over the years has been to try to be very thoughtful in how we pull the trigger on new initiatives. And so I am of the opinion as we try to move towards a recommended budget that we're in a good place, but we can refine some areas. And again, many of these we're already investing. It is the question of how much can we afford beyond what we're doing, because there is a gap between revenues and expenditures.
Well, thanks, Claudia. All those comments make such good sense. And I know that I'm looking forward, and I know everyone else, all my colleagues are too, to hearing what the department's needs are and how we can mesh that with our sort of overarching goals. And I think that they will mesh. So I just really, I do acknowledge it's probably the most important thing right now is for us to hear what the department's needs are. And that's what we'll be doing for 5 days in May or whenever that was on the calendar.
All right. Do we have enough information to move forward?
I have one last question, Peter, would be, Claudia, I guess part of it I think would be helpful is what would staff recommend that could be funded with the $24 million fund balance?
We will do that. Yes, we will do that as well.
Okay, because
we may not have all. Yeah. So because again, when we have the ARPA conversation, there are lots of community needs and that have been presented to the board members. And some of them may be appropriate for ARPA. Some may be best using one-time county funding. In that when we're about to, do our bond referendum, one of the questions that the rating agencies will ask is, what percentage of your funds that are funded on ARPA have reoccurring activities, and what's the strategy for that? And many of the requests that we've heard about, they are reoccurring, and so we have to make some really tough decisions there. So I do see us as we look at the current budget, but dollars set aside for ARPA, and then dollars that are one time, that we would leverage all of those resources if it's determined it should move forward. And for some, it will have a multi-year approach in how it's looked at. For an example, if there is a desire to invest in expansion of pre-K, which I know that is an area the board members talk about and desire, which is real integrated into the goal of helping our residents have job security, because having high quality care is so integrated with that. If, for instance, we start out with $1 million in ARPA funds to support that, the goal the next year would be that we step down from the ARPA funding at that level at $1 million, and then it's at let's say 500,000 the next year. But in a multi-year approach, that next year would be an increase in dollars from the county budget to cover that expense. And maybe in the 4th year that it's all county, but also possibly some private funding. So when looking at these years of some of these higher priority areas that are big ticket items, but are critical to transformative infrastructure changes, we will have to take that multi-year approach in looking at that. And so that's why that was one of the bullets that was on the calendar. So I mean, on one of the slides. So to your point, yes, we will make some recommendations on that as well to the board.
Great, thank you.
What else? What are we missing?
I would just say 3 cheers for Keith, David, our budget team, Claudia, staff, with a particular focus right now on the budget team.
Yep. Great. Very good.
Thank you.
Manager Hager, do you have what you need to move forward?
I have what I need to move forward. I echo the thanks to everyone, to the board for trusting us with the partnership in this development of the retreat. For Peter, I appreciate you, and especially with this slide that we're looking at now, because of the pre-work, it made this sort of final step seamless. So I thank you. And for all of the presenters, it's a lot of work that goes behind the scenes, and doing these presentations and vetting all of the scenarios. So I thank you. And then for the budget team, if they can turn their, Keith, if you don't mind sliding, taking this slide down, and if your team members, if they desire to turn their cameras on, they can. If not, that's not a problem. But to Keith and David, and Keith, I'll let you recognize the rest of your team members. I see Eric coming on. No, there's Anna, Shannon, Heather, and we're missing
Anna Hawksworth is coming on, and Jonathan, Eric
Okay.
Pena, formerly of the HR office. This is our staff. We worked really hard gathering this information. This is our time to work really hard over the budget process. Thank you for acknowledging the staff. They've done a really great job in what we do. And thank you all for acknowledging all our staff. I've heard you say that a number of times. Everybody's been through quite a bit, but thank you.
Great.
Thank
Yes,
you.
and again, I thank them. I thank them for their patience, because I will always be a budget analyst in my heart. For sake can attest to. So thank you so very much for the day. And I think we have our marching orders.
All right. All right.
Take care, folks.
Awesome.
Thank
Thanks,
you,
everybody.
Bye.